And we're live. Just like that. We're live. We are live. Thank you, brother.
But we are still muted.
Are we still muted?
Oh, wait, Eric, make sure we turn on the volume to the court.
You have to turn on. Oh, I'll give you a
Kurt's going to have to do that.
It could be that it's not. It could be that it's not muted. It could be. True. It could be that there's no audio that's on right now because they haven't had audio on when. I assume it's not muted, but I can pull up my own feed.
Yeah, let's just double check.
Mm-hmm.
Yay, we're back.
And we're back. Yes.
One problem at a time. We can work through.
None of the three of us don't have authority to start the stream. We're not the chosen ones. Okay.
Which is ironic because we're the ones here.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it's ironic because we're all secretly Jews, but that was going a whole different direction. All right, I'm pulling up Law and Crime here, and where are you at? Law and Crime. Yeah, there's no audio at Law and Crime right now.
Okay, so we're good.
Yeah,
hopefully.
But I'll share mine.
I was kind of hoping she would come in tow with like 2 babies. She's always got the babies on her, you know?
Oh, wow. I have a feeling the judge saw that one coming. There had to be a no babies in the courtroom.
No baby rule.
No.
Yeah.
A hard and fast rule.
Well, the makeup of the jury is primarily female, so.
It's 11 to 5.
Yeah. Oh, you're so smart, Joe.
What's I get that all the time, but what brought that on this time?
This.
What?
But who's Morgan and Morgan?
Oh, that I don't know. I just pull up Law and Crime and I get this.
They're running ads. They have a sponsor.
I'm not that smart. Yeah, apparently they're running a sponsor for that's what they're doing. They're running a sponsorship for Morgan and Morgan. I'm sure that Law and Crime is making a
We're so
killing
much
on
better
that.
than Law and Crime. We need all the sponsors. All the sponsors come and sponsor us. We'll put your name up there, and we'll actually talk about you instead of just ignoring you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Morgan and Morgan.
Morgan and Morgan, if that's your real name. So what did you guys think of what are your takeaways from the way the morning trial was being handled as far as the capacity of your thought, the court's going to resume shortly, your thoughts about the effectiveness of direct and cross so far of this first witness?
I feel like they really came out of the gate at a crawl. I was expecting, I don't know, maybe just more. It makes sense from a chronological standpoint. I understand to start with the first person on scene. I understand they want to lay this groundwork of the body cam so that we can see what has actually happened. But I just feel that we sort of got lost in a morass of just details that seemed potentially not necessary. I don't know that it was necessary to pre-butt, the pre-rebuttal of the whatever issue the defense might want to raise about Alec Baldwin talking to other people on the set. I feel like that was unnecessarily defensive because it's easy for the prosecution to just turn it around anyway if the defense tries to make a thing about it and say, well, you're the one who was told not to talk and did anyway.
It made no sense. To me, it made no sense. Especially, does it change anything about what happened? We all know he shot. It's not like there's a question as to, did he pull the trigger? I feel as if there's not that many questions of fact that need to be laid out here. It's really a matter of whether these facts seem fulfill elements. You see what I'm saying? So, in other words, do you feel that he had a duty here because of SAG, he had a duty to check the gun, they had a duty not to point it at her, that he could rely on the call. These are the questions of fact, but I don't even think there's much dispute about what happened in the moment of shooting. Is there?
Well, I think that the main, I agree in general. I think the main dispute is coming down to, did he pull the trigger or not pull the trigger? He's trying to say he didn't, the gun malfunctioned, but that seems to be the only real factual dispute between them that I'm aware of. Now, I think there might also be some the defense is contending that he was told, that Helena Hutchins had told him to point the gun at her, that she gave him that direction, and that's why he was doing that. And I don't believe that that's like a universal, not all the witnesses are saying that. So that might be a fact in dispute also. It's just that these disputes do seem to be pretty limited. And so already just in this first witness, now I feel like I'm getting bogged down in other disagreements about things that may or may not matter. I can't even tell yet if they matter.
Right.
I'll tell you right now, it doesn't matter, because we watched this all with the last trial, and I just feel like the defense is being unnecessarily aggressive and digging in their heels, and maybe that's part of their strategy. Like maybe they're playing 4D chess and trying to bring attention to the things that don't matter to distract from the things that do. I don't know.
I just feel like, and even the tone that the state took of like, you suck as a cop, you failed to keep them apart, like, who cares? I don't. So much of this just seems so like. So you're trying to get in front of them saying it. So and if this guy standing up there, Spyro, will get up there and he starts saying, you sucked as a cop. Oh, okay. Well, your client just killed someone. So there's no dispute about that, right? I mean, your client pulled the trigger. Like, so what? So what? He sucked as a cop. This doesn't change. It doesn't change whatever level of negligence, or whether that's a criminal level recklessness or not. Whether he's corroborating that with witnesses afterwards, or he's trying to convince them what they saw. I don't know. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. Now I'm getting a circle of death here.
No death circle.
Well, no, I tend to agree. I mean, I think my sense of where the defense is circling here is the issue with the live ammunition, because that played such a big role in their opening statement, right? There wasn't ever supposed to be a live bullet in the gun. We get that. And part of the scene control, the criticism of the investigation seems to do with the scene control. And so I guess the idea that the police didn't do enough to find out where the live ammunition came from and how it got on the set. To me, that is a little bit of a side issue, because I guess it just goes to an argument that he should have checked the gun. If the state is going to be arguing that he's liable because he didn't check the gun, in which case he would have discovered there's live ammunition, the defense is trying to get around that with the foreseeability argument, right? He wouldn't have foreseen it. It wasn't supposed to be there. He wasn't responsible for it. But it seems beside the point to try to point the finger at well, then who did put it there? If he wouldn't have known it was there, he wouldn't have known it was there. It doesn't matter if it was David Halls or Hannah Gutierrez or the other prop girl or anybody else who put it in on set.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine there was video evidence that showed that was Gutierrez who did it. So fine, so we would get a higher level of guilt on her verdict, but what doesn't change the fact that he failed to check the gun. He did pull the trigger. He did aim in her direction, and does his negligence rise to a level of culpability? It's really it's that's why I feel like it is getting lost in the weeds, and it's perplexing, especially if you're the state, because it's just it's the KISS principle: keep it simple, stupid. Keep it as simple as possible. And it's like, look, these are all different ways he's a foul. He's a foul, and because of his foul, multiple fouls, that anyone should have recognized this is a reckless situation, and he's foul, 5 ways, 6 different ways, and that's why she's dead. And he needs to be held accountable for being so reckless. Simple. Stop worrying.
I can definitely understand it more from the defense standpoint that, we're going to create all the diversions we can. Look away from the problem facts of he pulled the trigger and cocked the hammer and so on and so forth. So if we can create a distraction and a sense of outrage around live ammunition and where was it and who had it and how did it get there, that does make sense to me as far as a strategy. Maybe not a great one, but at least an understandable one.
It's obfuscation. It's a good obfuscation.
Absolutely, it's a smokescreen. But for the state to be going down that potential road, to me, just it doesn't make sense to me why they would do that. They need to be keeping their case tight and to the point, and I really didn't see that happening with this direct.
Can I ask you guys a question? Did Alec Baldwin ever play like a good guy in a movie? Because I feel like he really struggles with his facial expressions to the jury to, appear innocent or to appear caring or warm.
Into evidence, which is the 911 dispatch.
Okay, is your witness going to recognize it? Or is it by stipulation? It's by stipulation.
Right.
Okay.
That's what we agreed.
All right.
Okay, and if we could just, so that the jury can see, page 6, if we could just publish it to the jury.
Yes. States. But defendant's 8, is that 8? Defendant's 8 is admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just to, what we were using numbers. We assumed you guys were using letters, for instance. We found
Oh, 8.
it's
8.
DX.
Okay.
Okay, understood. Yeah.
Oh, come on. You guys took a whole half hour to figure this crap out. And now,
Okay, so you do.
sorry, I get so annoyed by this.
It's DX.
I know they made me run back from lunch too early.
Right.
Now
They're
you
not
gotta
even
have this.
ready.
Unbelievable.
Did you guys see his wife, Hilaria, with her hands folded? I was like half expecting her to get out a rosary and start speaking in Spanish. Sorry, that's me. I mean, her husband is probably going to go to jail. So
The prosecutor would shut her down so fast, or Linda Johnson, with her her perfect.
They have to like pat her down as
accent.
she's coming in the courtroom. They're like, "Ma'am, did you bring any rosaries, any babies?"
Okay, and is this page, I can't see the page at the bottom, is this page 6?
By the way, for
Okay.
those who don't know,
And,
her real name is Hillary. She's from Boston. She thinks
You
she's
see how
Karen.
it says accident, accident, accident?
And no, I'm not making it up.
I can touch it? Oh, accident. Okay. And then I would ask, the 911 is exhibits 9 and 10, which is now I and J. Exhibits 9 and 10 that it was entered into and played at opening by stipulation, and I'd asked to play and enter them and play exhibits I and J.
And this is by stipulation,
Yes, Your Honor.
I and J, which are, again, the 911 calls.
Yes.
I am
Why are
what?
they 2
It
exhibits?
just splits because of the EMS. It's the same
Okay.
thing.
All right, so upon stipulation, not being corrected otherwise, go ahead.
Thank you. Can we turn the volume up?
You may publish.
This is 911, what's the location of your emergency? We need an ambulance out at Bonanza Creek Ranch right now. We've had 2 people shot on a movie set accidentally. You said someone was shot? 2 people accidentally with gunshots out on a movie set, Bonanza Creek Ranch. I'll connect you with medical dispatch. You don't need that. San Jose Fire and EMS, what's the location of the emergency? No, Bonanza Creek Ranch has had 2 people accidentally shot on a movie set by a prop gun. We need help immediately.
Objection hearsay.
Okay. It's this fucking AG that yelled at me at lunch because asking about revisions. This motherfucker. Did you see him lean over my table and yell at me?
I mean, I don't like the AD either.
So. Now, Mimi? No. I'm a script supervisor. How many people are injured? 2 that I know of. I was sitting, we were rehearsing, and it went off, and I ran out.
How is that not
You
hearsay?
heard some language.
Excited
and then that
utterance.
he, the first assistant was
Or
supposed to.
presence impression. They always get the 911 call
Yes.
in.
Okay. Did you hear anybody on the 911 call mention Alec Baldwin at all?
No.
I asked you before we broke about a prior statement. I asked you if you made a prior statement that we talked about a few times. So I'm just going to approach quickly and refresh your recollection. And this is November 30th, 2023, your pretrial interview, Officer LeFleur, and I'm just going to ask you to read down here.
Your Honor, and again, Mr. Spiro is testifying as he's handing it to the witness.
Just identify what the document is and then.
And you are raising a speaking objection, even though you've been told not to do that. I mean, she's right, but still.
Does that address your reflection, sir? Yeah. So and I'm just going to take this back. It is fair that you said when asked that it came in as like, and appeared to be, and what the dispatch said, it was an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm.
No.
Oh, what'd you do?
Was still
I didn't do
there,
anything.
that there was
Objection, Your Honor.
the way he was.
Objection, Your Honor.
There we go.
Yeah. Well, now we're just straight up into the whole Streisand effect, right? Because he's now read this exact statement in front of the jury like 3 times, and even though he's not allowed to do that, they've heard it.
Yep. This is where drawing outside the lines pays off. This is where you're okay with drawing those objections. But even so, it's just such a dumb hill. Can we move on, please?
The whole concept that it's like during the course of someone calling in 911 that they're saying, there was an accident here. The reason they say stuff like
accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there. That there was the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say,
Yes.
You made that statement, correct?
Yes.
And I asked you also whether you remembered receiving any information as to the ammunition,
Maybe the
whether
intent
they be
to pull the
proper
trigger?
or otherwise, that was at the scene. If you recalled, Duran Curtin, one of the individuals in the church, giving you information. Do you remember that?
There's a lot of people in the church giving information. Can you identify which one it was?
Sure. I asked you, do you remember whether or not somebody told you that Sarah was shaking and going through the book?
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay. This is hearsay
No
coming
speaking,
in.
that's enough.
Can we approach? I don't know what to do.
This man needs to make like a cow and move on. Like, this is just going on. And she's going to object on everything they say. She did this during Hannah Gutierrez too. Like, I honestly think she's
just say objection. I don't know why we're having a whole
It is
conversation.
objectionable.
It's objection, hearsay, sustained. It's really that simple. And just keep saying it like that. He reads objection, hearsay, sustained. That's the professional way to just.
Yeah.
Why are we having a whole sidebar? Like, let's
Well,
discuss what hearsay is.
This is part of the issue that I have with this prosecutor. She gets very triggered, and I understand she doesn't want it to keep happening. That's part of why she's doing the speaking objections, is because she's frustrated. To her, it seems very obvious, and she wants the judge to tell him, stop doing this. But like you're saying, Joe, you don't have to get all worked up about it. He's trying to do his job. Yeah, he's maybe hitting a little bit low. But do what you need to do to block it. Make your objection, let her rule on it.
It's far more effective. Some of you may remember from the Depp trial that when Elaine was up during what I think redirect or something like that Camille kept going objection, here's like over and over again as soon as she got every question, and that's a far more effective way to stop him and fluster him and saying, let's have a whole conversation
As I was saying,
about it.
officer, did you learn at the scene whether or not Sarah was going through the bullets and saying, I don't know how it got there? Did you
She
learn
won
that
the
information?
objection.
Do you recall?
That's why he's changing the question.
I don't remember. If you could refresh my memory to which person said what.
Sure. And I'm just going to approach the witness and show him this lapel recording.
I'm not going to ask. I'm just going to let you know that's what I'm up to.
I guess maybe this was a statement against interest or something.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It appears it's a recording type out of what my body-worn camera recorded, yes.
Okay. And when you learned this information, did you do anything with that information?
To be honest, it's the first time I've heard it in that detail. Body cameras pick up more audio than our ears do.
Okay. You
Makes
also
sense to me.
testified that the gentleman in the orange jacket came up to you and said, Alec pulled the trigger, or words to that effect. Remember that testimony?
That's what he said, yes.
Yeah, and you know that witness has stated absolutely he did not say it pulled the trigger, correct?
At that point, I didn't know if he said that or not.
Okay. And then I just want to ask you about one other thing we talked about this morning. Was I asked you about your testimony on direct that Mr. Baldwin was effectively disobeying police orders. Do you remember that testimony on direct?
Yes.
And over the lunch break, have you had a chance to reflect on that testimony?
Oh boy.
Sure.
Okay. Do you think it's a fair, honestly, sir, a fair characterization to this jury to say that Mr. Baldwin was disobeying police orders at the scene?
He was given an order, but I didn't repeatedly tell him not to. I was on my back.
And so don't you think that given what actually happened at the scene, that really, in all fairness to Mr. Baldwin, he wasn't really disobeying police orders, was he, sir?
Objection
extent,
asked and
yes.
answered.
Argumentative.
You were the first
Like
officer on the
throwing
scene.
putty
Yes.
against the wall. Why are you throwing the putty?
You did your best, no question, right?
Yes.
And you're aware, right, because a lot of this testimony I'm not going to get into, you're aware as you sit here that the issue of Ms. Hutchins passing is not a contested issue by the defense. You know that?
Yes.
And you did sort of corral the witnesses, I think you said, right?
Yes.
And then after you did that, you turned them over, in essence, to the lead detective, Detective Cano.
Yes.
Okay. And he interviewed those witnesses, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if he's testifying for this state in this case?
Objection.
I don't know.
relevance, Your Honor.
You want to move on or withdraw?
Sure.
Ignore the question and the non-answer, or if we got one.
Do you know
Judge's
how the
breaking
live
her own
bullet got on
rules.
set?
I do not.
Do you know why the armorer loaded the live bullet into the pop gun?
I do not.
Do you know why the first assistant director, head of safety, failed to detect it?
I do not.
I have no further questions for this witness.
He could have asked him just those two questions and been done with it. What the hell was
Yeah.
all these other questions?
So no redirect.
Thank you, almost received.
Oh no, she is redirecting.
You know what, let me do this. Where is the defense exhibit DX?
That's H. This is H, yes.
Okay.
I just have to relabel them.
Okay.
They should be labeled, I'm not doing that.
But why even redirect it? Like, he didn't accomplish anything with that.
There are 3 copies?
Yeah,
Okay,
so
maybe-
Ms. gave us extra copies.
Okay.
Because she's the not so cool cat lady of the neighborhood, okay? She's got to have the final say. I guarantee you that's what it is, Nate.
Is
Yeah,
she
that's
upset
it.
about
Let's
all the times they said accident?
let's back up a little bit, okay?
It sounds long. It sounds like it's gonna be a long redirect.
Yeah, let's get back to some.
Did I speak with you this morning about the testimony you were going to give?
No, ma'am.
Did Ms. Johnson speak to you this morning about the testimony you were going to give?
No, ma'am.
She's
When
face
was the
of
last
disgust.
time someone from the prosecution spoke to you about the testimony you were going to give today?
I don't believe we've talked about the testimony I was going to give, but just about the pre-trial interview.
So you mentioned a pretrial interview. So let me ask you, do you recall when your pretrial interview was? Would it refresh your memory if I showed you a copy of the transcript?
Yes.
Look at this change in
Really?
tone. She has suddenly become so saccharine.
This is her all the time. I need my glasses. I forgot my
Do you
glasses.
remember when your pretrial interview was? Well, let me help you out.
She's pissed
Officer,
off.
when was your pretrial
mad.
interview?
In May.
And do you recall who was there?
Somebody from the defense and somebody from the state.
Someone from the defense.
Yeah.
Oh, how weird.
It was a female.
Okay, so
Oh.
just to be clear, at your pretrial interview, it wasn't the state just speaking to you. The defense attorneys were there also, right?
Yes.
And they got to ask you almost all the questions. Isn't that
Now
right?
you put it in my head. I can't
recall,
unhear
the
it.
state didn't have anything to ask.
She put on her kindergarten teacher
So
hat right
the
now.
prosecutors didn't ask you a single
She looked
question.
Not that I can remember, no.
But why is this even important though? Like she's
Well, the
Do you
Don't you
defense
think it's
tried
important?
the defense,
The defense
attorney's,
tried portraying him
assertion this morning that somehow
as being
you were
their
coached to give your
coach
testimony?
witness. And she's
Oh,
trying
it
to
was
go
the
at
assertion he was being coached. That's what
Yeah.
pissed her off.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
How
Can you
dare
rephrase that
you?
question?
He's objecting to the word assertion, I believe, so why don't you? rephrase it?
Implication.
yeah, the
Did
implication.
Mr. Spyro indicate to you on cross-examination did he attempt to imply that the prosecution
go.
had
Yeah.
told you how to testify?
Essentially, it sounded like he asked if I was coached in my testimony.
But the prosecutors haven't actually told you what to testify to, have they?
No, ma'am.
But you could have gone home all along, Dorothy.
And this is not even an important witness. He's the first guy at the scene. What did you see? Who did you talk to? What did you do? That's it. What?
You were asked
This is
several
jabbing.
questions
This
on
is jabbing at the
cross-examination about the statement that you made that it didn't seem like Mr. Baldwin intended to commit the act. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you know what the crime that Mr. Baldwin is charged with?
Does it matter?
I believe
Hopefully she's
involuntary
gonna make that
manslaughter.
You
point, though.
know the crime?
Intent
Is
doesn't matter.
involuntary
Baldwin's been
manslaughter an
charged with?
intentional homicide?
No, ma'am. Not to my recollection of the.
Yeah, so intent doesn't matter. That's a good. That's a good redirect
Yeah.
right there.
It's probably
Okay,
not
sit down.
admissible, kind of argumentative, but
Yeah,
that's
that's true, though.
okay.
Are there criminal
For legal
offenses
conclusion.
related to
About it,
yeah.
homicide?
Yes.
But that's not what Mr. Baldwin's charged with, right?
No.
But if defense doesn't object, it's always admissible, baby.
Yeah. Legal realism 101.
That's true.
Officer LeFleur, when you are speaking to a witness, when you were in fact speaking to witnesses at the scene, you collected their driver's licenses, didn't you?
Yes.
And
Alec done
what
it.
do you do when you collect the driver's license? Do you run it through a system?
I put it in our computer system, run it by driver's license in the state. It's easier than name and date of birth.
Is Defendant's Exhibit H, does that contain information about their driver's licenses?
Yes. It appeared that it was a page that showed each person's license being inputted and the return that came back from RACC or NCIC.
So I'm going to go ahead and show you what is page 3 of that. What do we call it? Is it a CAD report?
Yes.
So let me back up for a moment. What does CAD stand for? Do you remember?
I don't know the exact.
God.
Damn
I
it.
know it's computer aided
She's like, come
Exactly
on.
what it stands for.
Are you
no,
that
but it's
bad?
a reporting system that we use to
Computer
dispatch
line, right?
dispatches us through and
Cat?
So,
So
this
nervous.
Is this a dispatch log?
Yes.
I feel so bad for this. She's making me feel bad for this witness.
Yeah, thank you.
Computer assisted
Becoming
drafting.
clearer every question that she did not coach him. He can't answer what the acronym
That much is
is.
clear, yes. Maybe that's how good the coaching was, though. He's pretending not to know.
Didn't feel like coaching to me.
She sounds like me whenever I go to argue with some like lower level bureaucrat. And is this her job? And you said that you had done this?
Smaller, but I'm not sure what to do.
Okay, so can you explain this to me one more time?
Do you see, no, it's not quite there yet. At the top of the page, do you see
Chambers, no.
number 16? And there's a 16 and then there's a parentheses.
Yes.
What does it say?
Posted speed limit and actual.
What does posted speed limit and actual have to do with this incident?
I'm not too sure. It looks like the individual who ran it, their name, I don't know who that is.
Well, that's okay. Does this have anything to do with the incident involving Ms. Hutchins?
No.
So I want to take you down here to number 5, parentheses. What does that say?
It says non-commercial class, code D.
What is that person talking about? Does it have anything to do with the shooting of Ms. Hutchins?
No, that's the return. It came back for a driver's license, it appears.
That's the return that came back for a driver's license? Is that what you said?
That's what it appears like, yes.
Let's go down to number 10. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that say?
Accident quantity.
Keep reading.
3, withdrawal. It looks like it's going to try to say withdrawal.
Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
Oh my gosh, she's so condescending. Does she not realize that's how she's
And
coming
look,
off?
I want you to look down here at number 21.
No, she
Do you
does
see
not.
that?
Someone,
Yes.
someone get her a mirror.
What does that say?
Of
A mirror and
alcohol
a
or drugs.
hairbrush, maybe.
That you're aware of? Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
Oh, so grinding.
Let's jump down to number 26.
You don't want the
26,
other
what does
side
that
of her,
say?
trust me.
Objection, relevance, cumulative.
I've been on that other side. This is her happy side.
Go ahead, sir.
You're
Says
saying she hasn't gone
drinking and
super
driving at
Saiyan yet?
0.0.
I've had this woman screaming at me personally.
Really?
Did you read it all?
Yes, she threatened me
Per
with the
se, I
search
think that's what
warrant.
it's saying at the beginning. Dash drinking and driving at 0.0. And then the next line is
That seems
the
like an abuse.
blood alcohol content, BAC.
Were you dispatched to a DWI?
No.
What are we doing over here? What are we doing?
I think we're taking down the patriarchy.
Let's have a look at page 5.
One condescending question at a time.
Do you see
Oh.
up here number 23?
23 is cut off on my screen.
Oops.
Yeah. Of alcohol or drugs.
Was this an incident that was related to alcohol or drugs?
Not that I'm aware.
Let's jump down here, if you would, to number 10. Do you see that?
Are we going to go through every
Says
report
accidental
relating to
quantity,
every person who was
0,
there and everything in
withdrawal.
their history? Is that what we're doing now?
Does that have anything to do with this incident?
Oh my God.
Why are
Isn't
we
it
seeing
true
that
that once they went
language?
through a school zone while speeding?
But
We get the point.
NCIC
There's stuff in
return
the log about other
gives our CAD.
incidents.
As you can
Do
see, it's all
you?
within the same
Do you get the
tenth
point?
of a second. So it's generated by. the
Why'd
computer
she yell at
system
you,
itself.
Eric?
Can you
So
make
I've
sure
now
to tell
turned
us
the
one more
page to
time,
page
Mrs. Lally?
6.
I didn't
Do
hear
you
you, Joe.
see
Sorry, you were
10
about it.
there where it says 10?
Why did she yell at you?
Accidental
Because I wouldn't
quantities,
reveal
withdrawal.
one of my sources. I have multiple sources from the Rust set. We've
Is
done
that-
almost 30
Is the word
programs on it.
accident
and
reflective of,
they're pretty well-placed
of
sources.
Ms.
She
Hutchins
wanted to
being
know who
shot
it
on
was.
accident?
And threatened me when I didn't give it up.
No.
Doesn't seem like her demeanor at all.
God forbid she ever become a judge.
Oh dear.
Is the word accident in that report? Does it appear anywhere where it's talking about what happened to Ms. Hutchins?
No, right here, it's just a bunch of returns.
He doesn't take her cue at all.
Thank you for your time, sir.
He's more agreeable with the defense than he is with her.
This is a state witness.
Excuse next witness.
Oh, thank
Hypothetically.
God. Thank you, Lord. Who?
Come in.
We
Come
need
over
that
here.
banner up there with who's up there.
I put the state's witness list in the chat, private chat.
Yep.
I can drop it there again.
No, I got that. But
Okay.
Did she say?
I couldn't hear.
That was great fun by you, Dani.
Oh no, it's all available easily online. It was one of my chatters though who asked for it, so thank you to the chatter who encouraged me to go find it. Sinbad 333. That's who it was. Thank you.
Up to 40.
By the way, I heard you guys talking earlier. I wasn't able to connect what she is doing and what the defense is doing when you're asking about what's going on and why are they asking these questions.
Your Honor, the state calls
Is they're trying to
Timoteo
imply
Benavidez.
that Seth Kinney slipped live rounds into the set. So they're trying to establish the conspiracy theory that Seth Kinney, the armor supplier, put in live rounds. That's why they're asking all these little weird questions like, oh, so you weren't watching the card at the time, or et cetera, et cetera. If you watch
Do you swear affirm under
Gutierrez,
penalty of law?
you'll be familiar with that. Line of attack.
They
Do
did
you
better
swear
with
affirm under
Gutierrez.
penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, have a seat talking to the microphone.
And this guy looks like a
Timoteo
turtle.
Benavidez.
May I proceed? Good afternoon, Mr. Benavidez. Would you please introduce
Okay,
yourself
he's
to
the
the
cart
members of the
watcher.
jury?
Watch, it's going to come up.
My name's Timoteo Benavidez.
And sir, on October 21st, 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed by the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office as a lieutenant.
And are you still employed with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
I am not.
And why not?
I retired doing 20 years of law enforcement for Santa Fe County.
And what was your rank when you retired?
Lieutenant.
And on October 21st, 2021, were you working?
Yes, I was.
And what were your duties that day?
That day I was day shift commander, which entails taking care of Santa Fe County during the day and 7 deputies we had.
How large is Santa Fe County?
It's pretty big. It goes from the city limits of Espanola to all the way to I-40 down in Edgewood and to Pecos and then to the off-ramp to Cochiti.
You said you were commander that day. What does that mean? What duties did that entail?
I'm pretty much in charge of the county on what happens and responsible for the deputies that are working.
On that day at approximately 1:48, did you receive a dispatch to a call?
Yes, I did.
And what was that call for service about?
The call of service was on a movie set for an accidental shooting.
Okay. And where was that located?
It was located at the Bonanza Creek Movie Ranch.
Okay. And is that in Santa Fe County?
It is in Santa Fe County,
Okay. In New Mexico?
in the state of New Mexico, yes.
And do you recall approximately what time you arrived?
I was dispatched about 1:50. I didn't arrive till almost I think it was like 2:20.
Why did it take you a while to arrive?
I was pretty much on the other side of the county when the dispatch call came in.
Now, when you arrived, do you recall what you observed?
When I arrived, there was a security guard at the gate, and he told us that he was gonna drive us into the movie set where the incident happened.
Were other deputies already there when you arrived?
Deputy LeFleur was already on scene from what I heard over the radio, and I had at the time Corporal Alderete was in front of me, literally in front of me when we got there.
Were there other first responders present when you arrived on scene?
Yes, there was. There was already medics on scene when I arrived.
Were you wearing your police uniform?
I was in full uniform, displaying my badge of office at the time.
And were you equipped with a lapel camera?
Yes, I was.
Are you familiar, or were you familiar with how your lapel camera works?
Yes.
And how does it work?
As soon as I activated my lights and sirens, my lapel goes off right away, and it starts recording from as soon as I activated my lights and sirens.
And how long does your lapel camera record?
It records until I stop it, or until it runs out of battery.
And how does your video that's captured on your lapel camera uploaded? How's it preserved? Do you know?
Yes, at the time it's uploaded. We, as deputies, we don't have no control how it's. We show up to the sheriff's office and it downloads automatically from our. I take off my lapel, I put it in a docking station in my unit, and everything downloads into the sheriff's office room servers.
On October 21st, 2021, did your lapel camera capture what you observed when you arrived on scene at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, it did.
Great,
And
another angle.
What did you do with your lapel camera after you left the scene?
When I completed my duties on that scene, I put it in my docking station, which is also a charger, and I proceeded to the sheriff's office so it could download.
Now, have you viewed your lapel camera video since October 21st, 2021?
Yes, I have.
And in fact, did you view a portion of it this morning before you testified?
Yes, I did.
And did I show you State's Exhibit number 5 earlier this morning?
Yes, you did.
And what was that?
It was pretty much the beginning from when I activated my lights and sirens to the end.
What was it, the entire thing to the end, or was it part of it?
It was part of it. It was not the entire thing because I did stop it several times to talk to commanders and deputies, and then I reactivated it.
And how long is your entire lapel camera video?
I arrived on scene about 2:20, and I didn't leave till almost 8:30 that night.
So State's Exhibit 1 is just a portion of your lapel camera?
That is correct.
Excuse me, video?
Yes.
Okay. After you viewed it, did you notice if it's been modified or changed in any way?
It has not.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move into evidence State's Exhibit number 5.
This is a really smooth, very smooth direct, in my opinion. She's asking all the right questions. She's not interrupting. She's letting him finish and then just moving the story along.
Sorry, Major.
And she's not saying, "Are you sure that da da da?" Or what does that
Let me
mean?
pause it there. Is that your lapel camera video?
Yeah,
Mr.
she's not
Benavidez?
emotional.
She's not talking to the witness like Joe Biden or something?
To drive. How long are we going to watch you driving?
It's about 20 minutes.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit here to about 17 minutes, or excuse me, 15 minutes.
Gonna be en route to Bonanza Creek.
Hey, I got one shot in the chest, one shot in the chest, and one shot in the chest, and another shot in the stomach. So you have 2 victims out there? 2 victims.
Are you still driving?
I am still driving, yes.
Now, I've fast forwarded to 15 minutes and 59 seconds. Have you arrived on scene yet?
Yes, I could see the makeshift church right in front of me.
going to secure the film and all the crew members.
Why did you say you're going to secure the film and all the crew members?
Pretty much common sense. I'm not on scene yet, but I'm trying to picture everything that was going on, and maybe the film caught it. I don't know.
Can you describe for the members of the jury, when you're pulling up to this church, what does it look like? How many people are you actually seeing?
So this scene was probably the biggest scene I've been to. There was people everywhere. I had medics running in and out. From what I saw from the back of the church, there was medics going to their vehicles, grabbing items, and there was just people everywhere. As in people, I mean, I couldn't distinguish who it was. It was actors, it was film personnel, bystander. I didn't know, but there was a lot of people there.
Do you know if those people were people who worked on the set?
Yes, you could distinguish them. They had a lot of sunblock on, a lot of hats, big hats for the sun. So that's pretty much how I noticed that.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. I have like 200 people out here, so. Alrighty. Let's see if. Yes, I already called for them. All right.
Oh, clean the lens. I have to look away.
We're going to need to get her going right away. So we're working on we went through on her.
What's happening at this, excuse me, at this point?
So as soon as I walked into the makeshift church, Deputy LeFleur started to let me know what was happening and what was going on with the victims.
How would you describe this scene as soon as you walked into the church?
The medics were doing a wonderful job. They had separated each other and they were working on the victims.
How many victims did you have?
I saw 2 on the ground.
Corporal, I need you to know who's in charge. Everybody stops what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene.
Yeah. Why did you say this was a crime scene?
Because we had 2 victims, Helena and Joel, fighting for their life on the ground. And it wasn't natural. This is a movie set. And it was now a crime scene. We had to figure out what happened.
So what directives are you giving the other deputies?
So I'm letting them know I let Corporal Alderete know to have whoever's in charge, have everybody stop what they're doing because there was no more filming. If they were, I did not know. And so we could try to control what we could.
Everybody stops what they're doing, and I need the film secured by whoever's in charge of the. Can I pull the guys down, get them the help with the helicopter? Yes, please.
Did you ask for anything else when you were out there speaking with those people?
Yes, I asked who was in charge to help me out, and then I asked Corporal Alderete to start taking pictures.
Did you ask for anything else?
Not that I recall.
Hey, I need pictures right away.
Where's the props guy?
Why did you ask for pictures?
I have my lapel on, which captures a lot, but the pictures would capture detailed that's on the floor that you can't really tell from my lapel.
And you just said that you asked for the props guy. Why did you ask for the props guy?
I work security for in the sheriff's office at movie sets. The props guy is the guy that does the little stuff with sound effects or whatever. But I asked for the props guy because I needed to find out where the gun was.
Why was it important to find out where the gun was?
His Baldwin might grab it again.
Going off or getting used again on somebody else.
And did you find the gun?
I had somebody. Yes, I did find the gun.
Okay. Where did you find the gun?
Hannah Gutierrez had the gun walking out of the movie set.
And who did you understand Hannah Gutierrez to be?
She was the armorer.
Props guy out.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you have a job? We need to make sure that they...
Yes, they're taking care of business.
Yes.
What else do you need there, Chief?
Yeah. Where's my radio? It's just here. Eric, thank you.
Eric cleared the gun. Where is it?
The most natural reaction to all of this is flat screen.
Where is it?
Where are you going at this point?
I'm being directed by a gentleman, I assume who is a person in charge, to look for the gun.
And did you find it?
I did not find it there.
There's one there and there's one there. That's none of them? That's not. Okay. I need to know where it is.
What is it that you are pointing at with this gentleman here?
There was guns laid in the open on the cart, on this gray cart.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 7 and number 8. May I approach, Your Honor? Yes, Your Honor. I would move into evidence 7 and 8, but I'll publish it in a second. I'm going to finish the video. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Where are you going now?
Trying to look for the armor.
You're in charge, ma'am. I need to know where the guns are right now.
Bro, Armor, I need to know where the guns are at. There, go and get right there.
How do I know this is a gun?
That's the gun.
Okay.
Who is that?
That is Hannah Gutierrez.
And who is she?
She's the armor on set.
And did you obtain anything from her?
Yes, I did. I obtained a revolver she was carrying.
And what did you understand that revolver to be?
To be the revolver that shot the projectile into these two victims.
May I have a minute, Your Honor, to bring up Exhibit 6? All right. State's Exhibit 6 is going to be handed to you, Mr. Benavidez. If you could put on some gloves and just open it and let us know if you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 6. Yes, sir.
I have a question from one of the witnesses.
Well, it looks like we're going to get some more evidence security theater here with some non-sterile gloves that are going to handle a whole bunch of items before they touch the piece of evidence there in the box. Always love that.
And
Wouldn't be
hasn't
a
the
good
evidence
criminal
already
trial
been
without it.
collected? Hasn't the evidence been collected off it anyway? It's like, what is he going to do? Leave a fingerprint to something that's already been fingerprinted?
We need to fix this. The audio is not.
Yes.
With the video. Time to show.
Alec, go grab the gun, show him how to pull it out.
Let's see if he fans the jury like the defense expert last time. I want him to come back so bad.
Oh.
He was so funny. Like, I needed that in my life. I didn't even know I needed it.
He had no budget, though. I mean, Bowles had no budget. We're talking about volunteer experts. Plus, he couldn't get a single armorer to save his life.
Well, he got
For
his
some
money's
reason.
worth. He got his money's worth with that guy. That guy was so bad. Oh, Andrea, that's the only thing I would recommend you go back and watch with the Hannah Gutierrez case. Go watch the gun enthusiast / FUD who decided.
Oh, is he the one that like flagged the whole courtroom?
Yep, that
Yeah.
guy. That guy.
The one that the
Go
bailiff
watch.
went and grabbed the
Yes.
gun.
Yeah, he was my favorite part of the last trial, which is sad because I was kind of rooting for her. I was like, yeah, the defense needs to argue this, argue that, argue this. And I knew that day, I was like, nah, she's going to jail forever. It's done.
She put herself in jail with her phone calls.
Oh,
before sentencing.
She's not a nice person I enjoy or like, okay? I'm just saying, if I were her defense counsel, I would have put up a little more of a fight than I feel like they did. I feel like they made a lot of fatal errors.
Well, Dani, compared to how he represented her in the police interrogation, he was a superstar. I mean, we nicknamed him Sleepy Bowles in the police interrogation.
Who was what was the name of her other defense attorney? The guy who was actually
Quickly
asleep.
Fired.
Dude, he was asleep the entire trial. Like, you want to see a bad opening statement, go watch his.
You talk about sleep. I hate this video evidence. I understand why they need to do it, but it makes me sundown faster than Biden.
I wouldn't do this on day one, man.
This is just, it's very, okay. And here they're like, I mean, it's not like you feel like you draw any evidence as to the guilt or innocence of Alec Baldwin from watching it. We all understand this is a tragedy. I hope they don't do this for every cop, because
yeah, they will.
Right, they likely will, but it's just, I don't know.
Well,
what we get.
Friday is Seth Kenney. Seth Kenney's on Friday. I just talked to him earlier, and he'll. That one's going to be very entertaining, I promise, because the cross. I'm sure they're going to go after it.
Eric, we cannot set the banners up here. Whatever control level you give us.
Misstating, the video does not have the time of day on it, so they're
I'm
going
saying,
to
like,
elicit that
to
from
say
the
like
witness.
who's on the stand,
Okay?
like state's witness and the name and the title.
Yep.
It's like, I don't know if you can create that.
I can set it.
Yeah. Tell me who it is, and I'll.
Let's go back, Mr. Benavidez.
Or type it in the chat. And
Detective Benavidez.
Do you
Hold on,
recall
let me find his
approximately
phone.
what time it was when you
I got
actually
it.
arrived on scene?
It was 2:20, 2:30.
Do you have a specific recollection of the time or not?
I do not.
Would reviewing the CAD refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendants and admitted DX8T.
For the record, I think it's now H.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a dispatch log.
Well, if you could review it and let us know if your memory is refreshed after you review it, and I'll take that document back from you.
I'll pay his defense attorney so much money for them to speak in a Spanish accent. His wife's back there taking notes.
Yes.
Your
What's he
memory's
looking
refreshed?
at?
Yes.
All right, if I can make that one. What time did you arrive on scene?
2:20.
All right, and would your lapel camera video be at 2:20, start like at 2:20 when you arrive on scene?
It started when I first activated my lights and sirens, so when I was dispatched at 1:49.
Right, but when you arrive on scene, would it be 2:20 in the afternoon?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, so even though we can't see the actual time on your lapel cam, is this your lapel cam?
Yes, it is.
And would this accurately reflect what you are seeing around 2:20 or so in the afternoon?
Yes, it is.
How do I know this is a gun? That's the gun. Okay.
Okay.
And so you had testified earlier that this woman with the multicolored hair was the armorer and she gave you the gun.
Yes.
If you could look at State's Exhibit 6 and I'll ask you if you recognize what's in the box.
Okay.
Yeah, make sure you use the unsanitized cutting item in your hand in
Do
the
you
glove
recognize
that you'll now
State's
put
Exhibit
all
6?
over the gun.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the gun that Hannah Gutierrez, the armorer, handed to me.
Now, what did you do with this gun once she handed it to you?
I took custody of it from her and I walked it over to the passenger side of my unit, my marked sheriff's unit.
What did you do with it once you walked over to the marked sheriff's unit?
I put it in the front seat and I locked it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13.
No objection.
I haven't tendered 6 because we have other witnesses.
Okay, so 7, and I thought you had 7 and 8 that you were
7
gonna.
and 8, yes, sir. Haven't published yet.
Okay, but, okay, those were admitted, now you're doing 13.
13.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's on the screen there, Mr. Benavidez?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a gun that's in front of me and this is the gun that the armorer Hannah Gutierrez handed me.
You testified that you put it in the front seat of your patrol vehicle.
Yes, I did.
Why did you put it there?
It was the most secure spot that I had control over at the time.
Okay. And what did you do to ensure that this gun was secured?
I locked the front, I locked my unit and nobody entered it except for me because I'm the only one with the key.
Where was State's Exhibit number 13 taken? Where was this gun when this photo was taken?
From the passenger side of my unit.
Okay. Why did you not stick it in an evidence bag?
It was so fluid and the scene was so active. I put it there It was secure there. That's where it stayed.
Did you do anything with this gun? Open it, open the cylinder, or anything at all once you received it from Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, as soon as I got to my unit, I opened up the cylinder and I made it safe for myself and whoever else was going to handle it.
And when you say you made it safe, what do you mean by that?
I opened up the cylinder on this wheel gun and I ran the wheel to make sure there was no rounds in it.
And were there any rounds in it?
There was no rounds in it.
Oh wow, he checked it. He
Did you
checked
do
the
anything
gun.
else to the gun?
Amazing.
I did not.
Okay. To your knowledge, did anybody else have access to this gun once you put it in your patrol vehicle?
No.
So what is the next thing you did after you secured the gun in your patrol car?
What I remember is I was talking to the armor, Hannah. I put her in back of my unit and I told her she wasn't under arrest. I kept the door open because the detectives needed to speak to her.
Now, did anybody have access to the front part of your patrol car?
They did not.
While this gun was in your possession, did you do anything, or to your knowledge, did anybody else touch it or do anything to it?
No.
Does Exhibit 13 accurately reflect the condition of the gun when it was handed to you?
Yes, it is.
Did you secure any other items of evidence?
I did. I secured 2 boxes of ammunition.
And where did you find those?
They were on a gray cart, which Hannah directed me to, that they were on a gray cart that were used for this gun.
All right, let's go to State's Exhibit 7, which has already been admitted.
All right, you may publish.
Thank you. Do you recognize him?
Yes, it is the gray cart that Hannah directed that the ammunition was on.
And where was that cart when you were directed to it?
My first lapel video where that gentleman directed me, walked me over, and he said none of these guns were used. This was the cart that he was talking about.
Okay. And where was this photo taken? Where was the cart when this photo was taken?
It looks like it was taken in front of my unit, in front of my in-car camera.
Okay. So was that cart moved from where you initially saw it to in front of your car?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Hannah had she directed that the ammunition was there, so there was a gentleman that offers his services because I was dealing with Hannah, and I watched him bring the cart from where it was to me.
Does State's Exhibit 7 accurately represent the cart in the condition that you saw it when you first were directed to it?
Yes, it is.
And why did you move it to the front of your patrol car?
It was evidence. Hannah said that ammunition was on it used in the church.
Is there another reason why you moved it to the front of your patrol car?
To keep an eye on it, to make sure nothing was taken, nothing was put in.
Was anything capturing what would happen if anybody got close to this cart?
To where it is right now, they would have captured from my in-car camera.
So do you have a dash camera?
Yes, a dash camera, yes.
So was the dash camera running and filming this cart as it's sitting there in front of your patrol car?
Yes, it was.
To your knowledge, did anybody come over to this cart and remove any items?
No, not when it was sitting there, no.
Okay.
Big yawn, Alec.
Why
Big
not
yawn.
collect the items instead of moving, or why not collect the items before you moved it?
I'm in a patrol car. I'm not in a van or anything that would fit the whole cart in a hole to secure it.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8, which has already been admitted. May I publish, Your Honor? Is that a close-up of the cart?
Yes, it is.
What are we looking at? What was on the cart? What did you observe?
Loose ammunition, gun belts, a gun, various other items.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9. Counsel, do you want to see?
No objection.
May I, Your Honor, I move into evidence State's Exhibit 9.
Yes.
May I publish?
Yes.
Do you recognize that? It's State's Exhibit 9.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a wheel gun.
Is there anything else that you see there?
There's car keys, there's loose ammunition.
Okay. And is this on the cart that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And again, what did you do to preserve this evidence?
Like I said, I kept it in front of my unit for my dash cam to capture if it got tampered with.
Now, was there a perimeter established on this scene?
Yes, we did. We did a perimeter of yellow crime scene tape, and we tried to preserve everything that was in the church and everything that was out as in film.
Is that what we saw, the yellow tape around the cart?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were people allowed into the area that was enclosed or encased by that yellow tape?
People were not, unless you were a deputy.
And who came and collected this evidence? Do you know?
I believe our crime scene tech, Marissa Poppell.
You testified that you observed some rounds. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10.
No objection, Your Honor.
May I publish on?
Yes.
I move into evidence State's Exhibit 10. Do you recognize those two rounds that we see there?
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
they were on the cart.
Did you touch them in any way or remove them from the cart?
I did not.
Now, you told us you also seized some boxes of ammunition.
Yes, I did.
And where did you take those from?
I took those physically from the cart.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 11 and 12.
No objection.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibits 11 and 12. What are we seeing here on State's Exhibit 11?
That is the front driver's seat of my marked sheriff's unit, and there are 2 white boxes on my seat.
And where did you get those boxes from?
I physically took them from the cart, from the gray cart.
Why did you take those from the gray cart?
Those were the 2 boxes that Hannah Gutierrez, the armor, told me that were used.
Did you see what was inside those boxes?
I assume there were bullets.
Why remove just those boxes and not the other stuff on the cart?
The armor, Hannah, she pointed those out, and those were the ammunition used for the gun.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 12. Your Honor, I move into evidence State's Exhibit 12 and ask to publish.
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit 12, Mr. Benavidez?
They are a close-up of the 2 white boxes.
And what kind of rounds are those?
Those rounds say 45 long Colt dummies.
Did you then turn these over to someone else, these boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
And who did you turn them over to?
The crime scene tech, Marissa Poppell.
Let's go back to your lapel cam. You had testified earlier that you had placed Ms. Gutierrez in your vehicle. What happened to Ms. Gutierrez after we're seeing her here at 20 minutes and 8 seconds?
From this point, I took custody of the gun and we walked over to my marked sheriff unit.
I'm sorry, let me pause it there. This was the wrong copy.
Sorry, Major. What's coming out? They said 2. Yeah. Yes, sir. Now, what else? Secure that. That you need to. Where are they at?
I don't know. What are you being directed to at this point?
I don't remember. I couldn't really hear her.
Okay, let's go back. And I apologize, it looks like the audio is a little behind the video. What were you referring to when you said, where are they at?
She was telling me about the rounds.
And where are you headed at this point at 20 minutes and 16 seconds?
That is my unit that I'm looking at right in front of me.
Is that when you secured the gun in your vehicle?
That is the front of my unit on the passenger side. Yes, it is.
Are they okay? It's under video. We need more units out here. And have been cited. Oh my God.
What is happening right now?
There was a helicopter just landed. Hannah's there on my right-hand side, and I'm watching the guy on the cart.
Is somebody bringing the cart to you at this point?
Yes, it was a gentleman. I didn't get his name, or I don't remember his name. That was bringing the cart.
Your Honor, did you want us to approach?
Are these around here?
Okay,
Yeah, around here.
okay, no, so this is the one I'm pretty sure I wrote this one. That's the one, and okay, sorry. Sorry.
Just relax.
So scared.
Zero, just relax.
But it's the brush that I got out of.
Okay, you right there. Relax. I just need you to.
What's happening right here?
Hannah, as you could see, she's upset, visibly upset, and she's showing me where the rounds are that were used.
And was it the same rounds that you put in your vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Just relax. okay? I just need you to relax. Just please relax, okay? Take deep breaths and relax. Can somebody get water for her? The helicopter's here for her. Yeah, the helicopter's here for her.
Where the fuck are these interviews? Is she okay?
What other involvement did you have in this investigation, Mr. Benavidez?
That's all the involvement was, just trying to control the scene and taking care of Hannah and taking care of the evidence.
How long were you out there at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
I didn't leave until about 8:30 that night, so about 6 hours.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
It's not getting any more exciting. Somebody jump in.
I thought I had a problem with my audio.
I mean, what is there to say? It's just blah, 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 blah. Went through all this in the Hannah Gutierrez trial.
I don't get the point.
You're right. I mean, if they're trying to say all this, he doesn't matter whether
Mr. Benavidez,
Aldo checked the gun.
do you know where the gun was
No.
from the time of the shooting of Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza to the time that it was given to you by Ms. Gutierrez?
I do not.
And do you know who handled that gun from the time of after the shooting to the time that was given to you?
I do not, other than Hannah handing it to me.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You can have as many moments as you need to make it interesting.
Seriously.
I have a feeling Erlanda is not the one to make things interesting.
You want to keep going?
But hopefully she'll make it brief.
Yeah,
Oh,
you better
she
get
did.
a Carrie Maka.
I
Small miracles.
apologize. I have a furry baby that won't leave me alone today. So
No
Yeah,
worries.
Your Honor.
More entertaining than witness.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hold him up.
You know, when you get to the scene, you can hear yourself yelling in the lapel, "Where's the prop person?" Right?
Correct.
And when you get to the cart that we looked at, I think it's State's Exhibit 7.
There we go.
And if we could publish that when we can in a moment. But fair to say that the cart was sort of disorderly, right?
Oh, it was a mess.
Okay. And you don't know whether anybody moved anything before you got there, right?
I do not.
Okay. And you didn't see Sarah Zachary, the prop master, there, correct?
No, I don't know who that is.
And so when you first get to the
Don't
prop
know.
cart,
Didn't. That's odd.
you eventually sort of leave it and go back to going to deal with other things, right?
Well, the gentleman that was there, he told me that the gun wasn't there. There was a lot of guns on that. There was a couple of guns on that cart, but he told me I have to take him for his word because I wasn't there. He told me that the gun used in the church was not there.
Right, but there was, and you anticipated, there were other guns on that.
That is correct.
Okay. And you left those firearms and you left them there and you went to do what you did next, right?
Correct.
Okay. And, you know, in a typical homicide scene, right, you probably wouldn't be walking away from all sorts of, you know, firearms, but this was a movie set, right?
That is correct.
And an empty prop gun without live ammunition isn't going to hurt anybody. Fair?
I do not know, but
Objection mischaracterizes the evidence.
I mean, other than if you drop the empty gun on your toe or something, an empty gun, a completely empty gun, isn't going to hurt anybody. True?
a complete, yeah, of course.
Right, so, I think you fixed it. Sustained and you fixed it.
And then you go back to the armorer, and she hands you the firearm, right?
Yes, they direct me to the armor because I didn't know who the armorer was, and they directed me to her, and I asked her, "Is this the gun?" And she said yes.
And I can see you're wearing gloves as you're taking out the exhibit today, right? You've got purple gloves on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't think you have to keep them on, by the way, if you don't want.
I didn't know if you wanted to see the gun or not.
Okay. I don't have to see it right now. But the reason I'm asking this is, and I don't think you talked about this in direct, but the day you took the gun, you weren't wearing gloves, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And but you were sort of careful when you took it, and you sort of you took it without touching the trigger. So if somebody wanted to swab the trigger for DNA, they still could. Fair?
The way I handled it was trying to be as safe as possible because I didn't have a holster for it. So I was trying to hold it so I didn't pull the trigger because I didn't know if it was empty or loaded or not.
And because you handled it that way, also somebody could have swabbed the trigger for DNA, right?
I guess so, yes.
Okay. Do you know if law enforcement ever swabbed the trigger for DNA?
I have no idea.
So there was a question posed to you about, the prop gun, when you got it, was empty, fair?
Yes, when I cleared it at my unit, it was empty.
But you don't know what happened exactly to the ammo that was in it at the time of the incident, right?
No, I do not.
And somebody told you that Dave, the first assistant director, head of safety, had the rounds, right?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
He's asking him.
It's just a question. Do you know that?
I don't know who Dave is. I don't remember any of their names to this date, other than the victims.
Well, do you remember somebody telling you that the rounds were back at the cart?
I believe Hannah was talking to somebody and they directed it to that they were on the cart.
And was that a male?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you don't know as you sit here today whether that was Dave Hall's head of safety at the set?
Yeah, I don't remember. No.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm going to refresh you in a moment on that, but while I'm doing that, I'm just going to move on for a second, which is the next time you see the cart, right? It's being brought to you in a different location, right? The cart gets moved.
Yes,
Yeah?
from the first time I saw it, where that gentleman directed me to it, and he said that the gun used wasn't there until the gentleman brought it to me. Yes.
And you've said that ideally that's not how it would have gone down, right?
Not at all. But I was trying to improvise as much as I could.
Okay. There were eventually, when you get the prop cart back, the sort of third viewing of the prop cart, there was ammunition on top of the cart. Fair?
Yes, and that's what I saw when I first saw it.
And you saw it again when the cart came back, right?
Correct.
And at one point, you actually sort of reached down and touched some of the ammunition. True?
I believe I picked them up and put them down. I didn't know if they were live. I didn't know anything. So.
And another civilian came over and picked one up and showed you one was this and one was that, right?
Yeah, he explained real quick, which it didn't register too much to me, but he was trying to instruct me what to look for, I guess.
And if I could just show the witness, I assume no objection to States 26. Okay. If I could offer States 26, or should I make it exhibits?
Your Honor, we have no objection to admitting our own exhibits, so thank you.
Great. So I'll admit States 26.
States 22.
26, Your Honor. You see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, I do.
And if you look sort of in the middle section, you know, the 2 and 2, the 2 and the 2.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you tell which ones are dummies and lives by looking at them?
I do not.
We can take that down. Where was the backup? You know, you're talking about a lot in direct about how, you know, this happens and that happens. And I'm just sort of curious, where was backup?
Backup is in.
That's in more, you know, reinforcements, sir. So that you didn't have to try to manage all of it.
So that day I had 7 deputies, including myself, on duty here in Santa Fe County. I had Deputy LeFleur was a swing shift deputy, so he was coming into work. I believe he lives somewhere in Albuquerque, and he was coming into work when the call came in. And it was myself and the corporal who were available at the time. So there was only 3 of us, and the rest were
Hey, Joe,
northern
heads
part
up.
of the
They're
county
trying to reach you.
and the eastern part of the county and the southern part of the county.
And you called backups for the state police, right?
I did.
And they, that request for backup was denied by supervisors, correct?
As if I remember correctly, yes. Or they didn't have. I don't remember if they said they didn't have enough, or they didn't have availability, or the supervisor just said no.
Didn't the supervisor say that they believed this would likely be unfounded and it was probably an accident?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and assumes facts not in evidence.
I didn't comment if he knows that.
So hearsay, no, fact not in evidence.
Relevance?
Yeah, I think relevance is probably a bit easy to get over.
Well, I'm definitely getting even more of a sense of the smokescreen style defense here with the you didn't swab or you know, the trigger could have been swabbed but wasn't, as if that matters. I mean, is there any dispute that the gun was in his hand? No.
Exactly. He pulled the trigger.
We saw his finger on the trigger in other you know, videos that they've already shown us today. So why on earth that would have been significant, I don't know where the defense is going with that other than just throwing up
It's the same
possible
defense as-
objections.
It's the same defense as Hannah Gutierrez, but it's a different case, and that's confusing to me.
Thank you.
When I say start, that means disregard the question and the answer. Thank you.
You called for the state police and they didn't come, right?
Yes.
Can you turn
That
it up,
would have been your
Kurt?
supervisor's call, not yours, correct?
My supervisor? No.
I'm asking.
No.
Whether or not that request went to the state.
It's very faint.
Quiet.
It's really faint, Kurt.
My supervisor's call them.
Did you make that call direct?
I asked dispatch to talk to state police to see if they could send people to help me with the scene.
The perimeter that you talked about did not include the prop truck, correct?
Yeah, I didn't know what any of that was. I was just trying to take care of what happened in the church.
Right. So, but just so that then it's clear for the members of the jury.
Little louder?
You later learned that.
I don't know if I can turn it up any louder without distorting the audio. Project the audio anymore.
Share the ABC one, not the AP one. I'll share the ABC one has a better audio.
No, I know you did. I know you're saying you didn't know that then. I'm saying you did become aware later that there was a prop truck, right?
Objection, hearsay and speculation.
Let me find a different feed then.
I think that's an answer. Do you need to ask that question?
I can just move on to another feed and sit down.
Is this better, guys?
It's fair to say law enforcement wanted to find.
Could be louder though. Do you have a booster?
No, there's a
bullet
lot
that
of
struck
stuff and get
Ms.
it.
Hutchins,
You
right?
gotta find the speed was like.
We were,
I'll try to
my
find some.
personal involvement was just taking care of the evidence, and I don't know what happened after that.
Well, you collected those white boxes, right? Those
Yes.
2 white generic boxes, didn't you?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so, I mean, you wanted to, as I think you testified direct, find the source of the ammunition, correct?
Yes, whatever Hannah directed me to, yes.
And you wanted to talk to Hannah about this, correct?
I kept her for the detectives, yes.
She said, "Oh my God, fuck, I'm so sorry."
I did hear that on my lapel, yes.
Okay. Everyone's been yelling at her.
I did hear that in my lapel.
And you placed her in the police car, right?
In the back of my patrol car, yes.
Right. No,
Yes.
2 white generic boxes, didn't you?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so, I mean, you wanted to, as I think you testified direct, find the source of the ammunition, correct?
Yes, whatever Hannah directed me to, yes.
And you wanted to talk to Hannah about this, correct?
I kept her for the detectives, yes.
She said, "Oh my God, fuck, I'm so sorry."
I did hear that on my lapel, yes.
Okay.
He just wanted to
Everyone's
drop
been
an
yelling at
F-bomb.
her.
I did hear that in my lapel.
And you placed her in the police car, right?
In the back of my patrol car, yes.
Right. Nobody placed Mr. Baldwin in a police car, correct?
Objection relevance.
Yeah, that is
Same
relevant.
questions were asked during Hannah Reid. Exact same question.
Now, you know, when you're at the scene talking to witnesses, which you can hear yourself doing on that lapel, you know, you're letting witnesses give you information. Fair?
Yes.
You're not, you know, trying to put words in their mouth, right?
No.
You're not cutting them off, right?
I probably did some of them, but I try to listen to them, yes.
Well, you're trying to look at the facts and circumstances and trying to figure out whether or not a crime occurred or whether this was an accident. Fair?
All I was trying to do was preserve the evidence for the detectives. That's all I was trying to do.
And you understood that the detectives were trying to rule out if it was a crime, correct?
Objection speculation.
Overruled. He can ask if he understood that or not.
You understood from meeting with the detectives that they were trying to figure out and rule out if this was a crime.
Well, that's our main function, is to see if there was a crime committed or not.
So you agree with me, right?
That's our main function as law enforcement, yes.
Okay. You don't know how the live bullet got on the movie set?
I do not.
You don't know why the armor loaded into the prop gun. She didn't tell you that.
No, I do not.
And you don't know why the first AD failed to detect it?
The what?
The first assistant director, that guy Dave.
Oh, I do not. I don't.
Okay. And you still work for the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office?
Do I still work? No, I'm retired.
You've retired. Okay. I have nothing further for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Are they going to redirect every witness?
Yes.
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 Like, even when there's no need for a redirect, let's redirect it just in case.
It was so good the first time. Let's go for 2.
Well, they want the momentum, you know, the momentum of that last word.
You want everyone to fall asleep.
Is he trying to smile? He's like the opposite of Amber Heard, like where she's trying to cry. He's got to try and smile.
State's Exhibit 26 on cross-examination. Do you know where those rounds that we see on 26 came from?
I do not.
You testified on cross-examination that this cart was disorderly, I believe is what you said. It was a mess.
Yeah, it was a mess.
Was that cart in a place where it was visible to everybody who worked on that set?
Objection.
Well, was, if
That's
I'll
a good
rephrase
question.
Your
Good
Honor.
objection.
Was it in a visible place?
Objection, vague, unclear.
Why don't you describe where you saw it?
I believe it was next to a tent, and there was people all around it.
Now, you were asked a question about leaving the cart, this prop cart, unattended. Did you leave it unattended where anybody would come and be able to remove and take things off it?
When I took custody, when I saw the gentleman bringing it
Yes,
to
sir.
front of my unit,
Yes,
it
sir.
stayed right there, and nobody messed with it. No.
Now, you were shown photos of the, let me show you State's Exhibit number 7. If I may.
The fact that the court was all disorderly is a good fact for Baldwin. That's what he's in argument. She was just so disorderly. He makes the rounds out.
Well, I
But she
disagree
still
because
pointed the
it's
gun
out
and
there
pulled the
where
trigger.
everybody can see it.
Do you have any
Everybody
reason
can
to believe
see
that
that this
was
is a problem.
Fake gun.
They're using it for his notice.
It was a movie set. I did not know if it was fake or real.
How about State's Exhibit number 6 that you have in front of you? When you took that into custody, did you have any reason to believe that that was not a real gun?
Yeah, a cop that handles guns every day doesn't know if it's a fake or real gun.
Did you have any involvement in this prop truck that you were asked about?
No, at the time I didn't know anything about a prop truck.
Why did you place Ms. Gutierrez in the back of your police car?
She was the main person that was handling the firearm. And common sense told me that detectives wanted to speak to her.
Were you asked about where to place Mr. Baldwin?
No. I believe Deputy LeFleur asked me, but there was so many witnesses on his side. I just told him to keep him separated from everybody and everybody from each other as much as possible.
Now, is the reason he was not placed in a police car because he wasn't a suspect?
At the time, I don't remember if somebody told. At the time, I don't remember if somebody told me he was handling the gun. I don't remember. So no.
So he wasn't placed in a police car just because there were other reasons? I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Spiro asked you, you didn't place Mr. Baldwin in a police car, but you placed Hannah. Is it because Mr. Baldwin was different from Hannah, or was it other reasons?
It was other reasons. Like I said, Deputy LeFleur had a lot of people on his side of the movie set. So keeping one person in a police car, you got to watch them, and then you got to watch everybody else. So he was able to watch everybody all at once.
I have a moment here.
Yeah, what did this redirect accomplish?
Nothing. Now you hear our voice. That's what it is.
All right, we're
Is she
going to
sitting
take
down?
a bathroom break.
Yeah, she's
We'll be
sitting
back
down.
at 3:15. Please don't talk among.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that's exciting.
That redirect didn't help anything. It just
No.
Wow.
Matter of fact, I think it might have helped Baldwin a little bit.
I kind of agree.
Yeah. Could do.
Because so the first two witnesses obviously were cops. I thought it was funny the cop didn't know what a CAD is. You know, the dispatch. I'm like, how do you not know this? You work with it. It's like it's not even complicated. Like, isn't this a dispatch? Oh, CAD. What could that be? That was funny. But I don't think overall, the first two guys are just, the eyes and ear guys used to call them. People who were there first to show up. What do we do? What do we see? How did everything go? And now it's just kind of like, I don't know. Number one, why did the defense attorney go attack the first guy, the first responder on the scene? He went after him kind of rough, but it's like that wasn't helpful. I don't know. Did you guys get that too? Like I just feel like
I think he was.
this guy?
I think he was trying to get his initial impressions as reflecting that you thought this was an accident, and i.e. not criminally culpable. But it seemed like such an empty type of gotcha, because the point in them referring to, when I started saying this earlier, but the trial started back up, So I'm glad you reminded me about this, Nate. The point is, when someone's making a 911 call and they're saying there's an accident, you're subtly saying there's not an active shooter here. There's no manhunt that's going on here. You're saying like, oh my God, there was an accident. There was something that happened, and that scenario is now over, but we sort of need triage, not assistance to come save us. You don't think it through that way, but on a subconscious level, I believe that's why most of us, if we were, God forbid, in that type of situation, would say there was an accident and someone's hurt, rather than where there's a dangerous situation here. And that's the context of accident. Defense counsel is doing whatever he can to try and obfuscate and say, since you called it an accident, that's how you initially labeled it. That now is something the jury should take as a conclusion of people who were there on the scene, that there was no recklessness, there was no willful neglect of the situation, and i.e. he cannot be held criminally liable. But I think that anyone with common sense would assume, presumably the typical juror would see through that as being a pretty stupid kind of argument. But I guess you just want to throw anything you can at the wall and hope that.
The problem with the I think the rebuttal to that, it should have been, recklessness is essentially an accident that's foreseeable, and you ignore that, ignore the risk.
Yes,
that's essentially what we're talking about here. So the word accident doesn't save you. It's the other pieces about it. But it seems like they want to focus in on intent. There's no intent. We don't need intent. No, of course it was an accident. We're not saying he intended to kill him. But what we are saying is that it was foreseeable and that he disregarded the risk to this woman's life. And I think that's where you nail him at.
Yeah.
Well said. It's going to get interesting, though, because they're chewing up time. And I don't know if you guys saw the pre-trial stuff, but Spiro pissed the judge off. And some of this, I think, could be strategy. Like, they may be doing redirect on every single witness just to chew up the clock even more. Because Spiro said, oh, I can lay out my case in 3 days. And the judge said, 3 days, you said? And it literally took a note because she was kind of pissed at him for taking 2 days during a pre-trial thing for like a 1 hour session. So I could see where they may be doing this strategically to chew this time up from him. And then he gets back against the wall because the judge actually threatened, if these witnesses take too long, I'm going to actually punish you and give the prosecution yet another day, and you'll have 2 days. You get 8 days, period, end of story. So I'm not sure. You have to let me know.
I don't see that flying. Yeah, I don't see that flying. That's deprivation of defense stuff. Like, you don't get to just arbitrarily stop the clock because you've said, time is up. Yeah. She
I'm
may
not just
very
telling
well.
you what went down.
Well, I understand. What I remember them saying in the pretrial hearings was that they had said, the defense said it was going to take them, I think, 2 days to present their case, and that she was going to hold them to that.
She gave them 3. Like, yeah, I'll give you 3.
Yeah, but
so she's not going to count this week against them. I don't see any strategy for the prosecution running out their own clock with their own case being particularly helpful in that sense.
And normally, what I've seen in other criminal trials that we've live streamed is they'll keep 2 separate clocks. And when you're on direct or redirect, that's eating your clock. And when the other side's doing their cross, that's eating from their own clock. We saw that certainly with Amber Heard. Remember, they were when she wanted to get back on the stand, she had like 15 minutes left, like trying to get it in because they had wasted their clock. So, it's not like during the state's case that they can eat into defense's time.
But have you? I don't know. I've never seen. Well, again, it just maybe my naivete. I've never seen a criminal trial with. I've seen civil trials with clocks, but criminal trials usually, again, the ones I've been involved with,
Murdoch
had a clock.
Murdoch had a clock, but it was equal time on both sides.
Yeah.
So she started the clock as soon as someone took over, and then would stop it, and then started, and then stopped. So there was a clock, but it was on both sides. I agree that it may be a deprivation issue if it got to that point, if that was their strategy. But I mean, defense isn't helping themselves. They're taking like seemingly the most submissive, nice guy, and they're just like tossing him against a wall, trying to get him to contort into whatever sort of narrative they're trying to create or trying to convey. It's not happening. And then you have friggin' Morrissey come down from her high heaven hill and say, so now you screwed up here, didn't you? And doesn't this mean this? And it's just like, it was so grating. I'm so glad. I'm so
But
glad I don't
Morrissey-
have to hear from Morrissey for a minute. I'd rather be falling asleep than like listening to nails on the chalkboard.
We matter of fact, me and Eric had an issue with Morrissey because we had the issue with Morrissey. So for those who don't know, Eric, had a little issue with this particular case because he's like, for some reason, Eric knows all the people in the background. I don't know how the hell you know all these people, Eric, but Eric knows all these people. And Morrissey comes and tries to threaten us. But I treat all prosecutors like mushrooms, feed them shit and keep them in the dark. But unless you have to, but it's funny because the way she was with us is the same way she's coming across here in the trial. Very like she was aggressively mean, and then when she was trying to be nice, it seemed like a fraud. It was like she was just fake, it was a fake. So it was like, and it was just weird that in private, because we were, in our conversations, she was exactly the same way. It's like it's like she can't change who she is. So.
It was funny because all I ever said to her personally was, yeah, I'm here with my lawyer, Nathaniel Brody. What did I hear you say? Who's on the call? And then it went from there.
Oh yeah, she was pissed off.
I don't really
she's pissed that you brought a lawyer on the call. I was
she
like,
was pissed that a lawyer was there. Yes.
She needs like a massage, a vacation, some validation, someone to sit down and say, hey, you're not a defense attorney anymore. You don't have to, get into this way. You can just take a deep breath and be a jerk quietly and in a polite way now, right? Like, you don't need to be so up and on.
You have the upper hand. You don't have to have this inferiority complex.
But that's
You're the prosecutor now.
It just exudes like, well, I'm going to stick it to the man. Who was it that made the patriarchy joke? That's exactly how it comes off.
You are the man.
That was the vibe I was getting the whole time.
That's exactly what it was.
It was like an angry feminist who's like here to basically clamp down on someone. That's essentially what she came across as. And your objective, one would think, part of your objective as a litigator is to present some sort of likability for the jury. I mean, it's
something.
She has to stop this. I need to answer every time the defense says something I don't like. We got to redirect and try to clear that up. It's like some things you just got to let go because it gets monotonous and ridiculous, right? He said that but certain things you got to address, but certain things you just got to let go. And right now it seems like they're trying to nitpick every little thing and just to make it seem like it's like, for what reason? You're going to bore the jury and you're going to bore us. So.
Well, and it makes your judgment look bad. Like if you don't think the jury is evaluating your judgment in presenting these charges as part of a case, then I don't think that's a practical view of how lay people are looking at a court process and thinking about it. Your judgment is on trial here as well. And so if you are going to repeatedly display that like you're nitpicky and you're focusing on details and stuff that don't matter, they're naturally going to infer you probably did the same stuff when you charged this guy.
Yeah, you should try to figure out what your theme is and try to figure out what points are helpful towards your theme and the story you're trying to tell. For example, I don't really need to know the finer points of every police report as it relates to every driver's license you ran and how one time they ran a speeding. They sped one time. I'm like, yes, I get it. But I don't even know why you need to tell me in the first place. Like, just tell me the things that are relevant and move on.
Can I say that I think Carrie too is, in essence, subtweeting when she's doing these crosses. What I'm saying is that she's asking in a way and mocking the defense or in her own little dagger, like, now you would never do that, of course, right? Dummy defense, dummy defense. She
that's
can't
what she's
stand
trying
Spiro.
now.
There's always this snark that comes out of her toward them. So I think
Snark,
there's a little bit of that.
derision.
I'm ready to go.
It's derision and fantasizing.
All right, I'm going to ask anyway because I wanted to go downstairs. I'll just wait for you.
Yeah. I speak fluent
Mike.
snark and I don't recognize what she's doing.
Listen, it's very rare that I encounter like wild Karens or Karens in the wild. And she's sort of one of those wild Karens where you're out, you're on a walk, and then boom, there's Carrie. So, what I do with Karens is I try to be the most reasonable person in the room, and it really pisses them off. And she has met her match with Spiro because I feel like he'll match her energy 1,000%, and it will just be in mutual disaster.
Yeah, we'll hate them all.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, I'm all for it. I'm like, you guys go ahead, keep tagging at one another. It doesn't look good, you know.
The poor judge. That's the one who I feel bad for because she's just like over her wits end multiple times with both of them.
No, I definitely feel that. It's like if I'm the judge, I want to get down from the bench and beat everyone to death. So, you know, I feel that energy.
Well, except for Erlinda's amazing. Like, frankly, like I said, I'd much rather be put to sleep with the facts and the evidence than I would be being spoken down to by some crazy lady, or be spoken down to and feel like attacked by some dude from New York. You know, so I feel like it's a much safer bet to just be boring and be clear and be to the point and be done.
Well, I feel like a judge sets the tone in his or her courtroom. Like they have the ability to clamp on that if they just assert a little bit of authority. Like, imagine those of us who watched that trial. What was that trial with Borowski? This is a guy who took no guff, and if someone's going to come in there with snark or some sort of condescending tone, I'm sure like that would have lasted 3 minutes. And it's a matter of actually recognizing this is my domain, and I'm not going to allow people to basically be that condescending to others, and you sort of clamp down on them. I've seen judges do it all the time.
Our judges in our jurisdiction are super strict about it. If they even catch wind of attorneys making little jabs at each other, they'll say something. I mean, we had that with the trial here with Goop. What's her name?
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Gwyneth Paltrow, thank you. With the Gwyneth Paltrow trial, you had the defense.
Goop,
you know,
that's the first part of that trial you went to. I can't remember the name. I can't remember the name Gwyneth Paltrow. I can remember Goop.
I can't remember Goop.
It's a beauty
product.
product.
With Gwyneth Paltrow, defense counsel, who were a-holes, were sitting there just poking the bear over at poor plaintiff's counsel, and they're just trying to, or excuse me, plaintiff's counsel was poking defense counsel, and at some point the judge was like, stop. I mean, they had turned off the cameras, and he says, you know, he had pulled up the two attorneys, and he says, I don't want to hear another word. You two are acting like children. Figure it out before I report you. And I was like, yes, thank you. Because it's so obnoxious. I hate when attorneys do that.
The beatings will continue until morale improves. That's the right way to go.
Yes.
Yes.
Hug each other.
Hug it out.
Hug it out. Stop fighting.
Well, I feel like in this particular case, maybe some part of why that isn't happening here is because, frankly, the judge seems to share some of that aspect in her own demeanor. She can be pretty condescending herself.
Oh yeah.
I saw I was looking into her, and I saw I just came across something that when she was reelected in 2020, and so before her reelection, you know, you go through the whole process of who's going to endorse you, who's going to support your reelection, and something like that. And so one of these organizations went in and polled the local attorneys about their opinions of her. And she got absolutely horrible marks on her demeanor on the bench. They did not stand. They just, you know, they don't like how she comes off on the bench. And just from the small bit that I've seen from the pretrial hearings, I mean, I can see that. I like a judge personally that is direct and to the point, but I can also see how it could cross the line pretty easily into being a bit overbearing and maybe, you know, pardon the expression in the context of this trial, but a little bit of a hair trigger temper, you know, jumping to a conclusion before she necessarily has all of the information and then having to backpedal and stuff. So if it is something that she has a blind spot to, I suspect it just may be because that's kind of how she's used to interacting in the courtroom.
Yep, there's a little bit too of because I know Spiro got under her last nerves during some of it, and I kind of feel like there's a bit of the whole, you know, like the old Pace Picante sauce commercial, New York City.
Yeah.
You know, like
you
are coming into our town, and I don't know. And she said a couple things like,
You said it exactly
where
like a
you've
New
been
Yorker.
practicing your
I
laws.
thought you were a New Yorker the way you said it. It was like very spot on there, Eric.
Oh yeah, okay. A good logic.
Actually, I will tell you my experience with New York judges is that most of them are condescending and don't stand any condescension in their courtroom. It's this is my domain. I get to be as damn well condescending as I want to be. You cannot be. So the Judge Merchants of the world, if you saw it in the transcripts there, where he basically is happy to talk down to others and is not going to take anyone mirroring that type of tone. So what you're saying, Andrea, I haven't seen that here in New York, because I do see judges who fall into being condescending. Not all of them. I'm certainly not looking to besmirch the entire bench and get suspended. But I will say I've seen many examples of condescending judges, and they never tolerate condescension, because they're like, what do you think you're a judge? You think you're a judge? I'm the judge here. So they almost take the opposite tone from what I've seen. But that really could be just a New York thing. It might be very different across country.
Joe, I'm talking about from the perspective of Santa Fe. Like, you big time lawyer, New York, LA, think we're flyover country.
Right. They are. But yeah, that is the perspective that we have, and I can understand why people would kind of resent it, because it's insufferable. Whew. Good times.
Well, hopefully they'll just figure out how to present the case a little bit better. I mean, they started with some fairly graphic stuff, and that helps to get the energy level and the emotionality out as a start. So, but
you need to get
some of
the
their questioning has been.
Yeah, it's a witnesses too. Mamie's interesting. Trust me.
That first sheriff's officer was like so blasé, and so I don't even know what he was. He was just chilling, I guess.
Well, I'm ready for them to get to what I see as the point, which is, Alec Baldwin and what he did and what he said and so forth. So I'm going to get annoyed if we get this kind of chronological sequence of responding officers who just kind of showed up on the scene and everybody has to describe what their little part is. Like, no, please refine this down. I want the guy who talked to Baldwin. I want the witnesses who were on the scene that saw what happened. I'm going to be very impatient with a lot of extraneous fluff. Like I feel like it's a little bit of a demand on my patience to put up 2 body cam videos already. Like I it wasn't super repetitive, so that was okay. But just after all of the repetition we had to endure from Adam Lally, I am going to have a very short fuse with that in this case.
Do you think they'll call Stephanopoulos? Or do you need to? Because we
have even on the witness list.
They don't need to.
What?
They can just call a detective. They can call the lead detective. Be like, did you see him make statements on the TV on the interview? Yeah, what were his statements that you observed? Yeah.
Yeah, the party admission is gonna kill Alec Baldwin. He just couldn't shut his mouth up. I don't know what the hell happened, man.
Well, this is what leads me to think he's probably unmanageable as a client, right? Because we know that no lawyer advised him to do that. We know that everyone told him this is a terrible idea. You absolutely should not do it. And he did it anyway. And that's what makes me think it's going to be difficult to guide him when it comes to deciding whether to testify.
In fairness, I think he did that before Spiro came on board. I think that was bad.
It doesn't matter. Any lawyer with their salt will be like, keep your mouth shut.
Oh, I agree.
Probably also should have kept your mouth shut during that police interview. That would have been good too while we're at it.
I don't know if he realized how deep of shit he was actually in at that point. I'm being honest. Like, I think he thought he was going to get away with this, that he was going to walk away with this, that maybe he
still
would
alive.
get some sort of plea deal, that, something was going to work itself out, So of course he's giving public statements, because for him at the time, the risk to his career and to his image was far more important than the risk to him being a free man. And now it's come to the point where it's, hey, I better do what my attorneys tell me, otherwise I'm going to end up in jail.
By the way, in the police interrogation, he did not know she was dead or she died while interrogation. He was notified at the end. So when he was talking to them, he was talking about a workplace accident. And if you watch him, I think was genuinely shocked when they said she passed. That was not that wasn't just oh, really? No,
Well, this is why you don't talk to police people, because they may know things you don't know.
Yeah.
And they may or may not make those things apparent depending on what's convenient for them at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All true. Something unique to the United States, or in the Western world at least.
A quick question for those of you who've been following this: is Hannah Gutierrez Reed? Is she state's evidence? Have they cut her a deal or what?
Tried to bring her in. I don't know if they succeeded or not.
No, they didn't. The judge said they waited too long. They basically didn't give fair enough notice.
And she set up yours. Last I heard. She said you can take it and shove it where the sun don't shine. She has zero incentive or desire to come and testify in this case.
She could be compelled,
put up on another
she could
charge.
be compelled. She's no longer under jeopardy.
No,
So
the appeal's still ongoing. She is in jeopardy.
Yeah, there's another charge.
Because her appeal is still live, so her decision's not finalized.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point.
They're also prosecuting her on something else that hasn't started yet, though, that technically could be traded a bit. And that's brandishing a weapon in a bar, which will get her an even longer sentence if she's convicted than what she already did.
And the prosecution tried to offer use immunity at like 3 weeks to trial, and the judge was basically like, "No, I'm not doing this because it's just not fair notice to the other side." So they mooshed that. If they had asked 6 months before, they would have gone it, but they for some reason just delayed. And I'm not sure why you don't offer them use or derivative use immunity immediately, because like you already got your conviction. So anything she says on the stand, it's like, what do you care anymore? So it's like, give her the immunity and move on.
She's going to run out and say, I totally waved that firearm around in the bar.
I mean, if it were me, I'm a big sucker for food. Like, if I were in Hannah Gutierrez's position, even if I wasn't going to get something out of this, like, I don't owe anything to Alec Baldwin. And I know that my career in Hollywood is cooked anyway, so I might as well just go and get some free meals out of this. I'd be like, yeah, I'll testify for you. I want ice cream every day. At the end of each day, I want my own jail cell.
You're pulling a Better Call Saul. I want that mint chocolate chip every week.
Yeah,
federal lockup.
4 months. Why not enjoy it?
I disagree, Diddy. I think if she goes in there and goes full on, I'm pro Alec Baldwin. Hollywood and SAG has already said with what they did not. I don't think it'll help her get back to the business, but I think there's some value in her, essentially throwing herself, because she has nothing to lose anyway, right? The state's not going to offer it, and it's a way to get back in the state. You got me convicted. Okay, let me see what I can do to help this guy get off.
I don't think she was a friend of Baldwin. I don't think she was friends with anyone on set. If it were me, I'd burn the whole freaking thing down. But that's why I wasn't made for jail. Okay, if you guys can't all tell, I would do anything and everything to ease my burden.
Girl, if you can braid, you'd be fine.
I can braid.
You would be just fine in jail. You will be very well taken care of.
I like this 3-on-3 scenario here, where it's like, it's like red team versus blue team as far in law analysis here. That's what we need to find some way of getting metrics up that we can actually, go team on team here in our live stream coverage.
Why are you so competitive?
I'm from New York. Okay, I'm from New York. That's what we do. That's what we do.
You do understand this is meant to be collaborative, right?
Okay.
Hey, what about forget about Hannah Gutierrez Reed? What about Dave Hall? Because Dave Hall, two things.
He's a witness, I'm sure.
But he was supposed to he handed Baldwin the gun, but they earlier just in openings they said that it was Hannah Gutierrez Reed that handed Baldwin the gun.
Yep.
So what the hell? Did he hand Baldwin the gun or not? And if he didn't hand Baldwin the gun, as all the testimony has come down to say he didn't hand Baldwin the gun, then what the hell they pleaded guilty for?
He didn't check the gun. And he admitted he didn't check the gun in the interrogation. And by that, I mean, he only confirmed that there were 3 dummy rounds. He did not have her check every cylinder. Therefore, that was his guilt. He was the safety officer on the set with his position.
I'll tell you what, if there's some cookies involved here, you'll have yourself, I'll be on your team, Joe. I'll back up whatever you want. You want some strategy? Let's go. Let's win. I don't care.
I'm sitting here trying to figure out how to help Viva close down his stream. His stream has been open with him being in blackness, and he can't figure out how to close it. And it's pretty hilarious, actually.
Oh my god!
Which stream is this?
If you go check out his stream, go pull up his stream where on YouTube. He's got like a big black screen there, and
You can always do it
Share
on
it
the
with
YouTube
everybody.
backend by hitting go live, or you can do it in the YouTube studio and terminate the stream that way.
I'm just saying, it's pretty funny.
I want to see.
I can
Oh my
share
Big
with
black
I'll-
nothing?
I
Oh
can
no, we're back.
I can share with you my screen.
Oh no, it's saying an error occurred. It's off. Oh wait, maybe not. Hold on.
Oh,
When
there
did
it
you
is.
stop?
Just that's what Viva looks like right now.
Okay,
And he's
yeah,
getting more viewers than I am.
Yeah,
Thanks.
seriously.
Oh my god!
Seriously.
Yeah, the big black nothing is popular, man.
It's not fair.
You got this whole thing wrong.
Free,
Oh, hey, trial.
Baldwin shirt. Free Baldwin shirts is what we need.
Free Baldwin shirts.
That's right. Free Baldwin shirts. I think they'll.
Let's go back to that.
He's texting me. He thinks he closed it. I think I closed it through the app. No, bro.
That's funny.
Why is the lead investigator sitting there at that table?
Oh, that's typical in some jurisdictions. This is the way they do it.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the way they did it with Hannah.
While nothing is happening, I'll just point out I'm at 99,400. There are 6,200 people watching this, and at least half of you are probably not subbed to me. So I can get to that 100K. In like next 3 minutes. You just click, jump in, and just and do your thing. I'd be most obliged. It'd be really cool to celebrate 100K right here with all my friends. I wouldn't have to make a separate party. This would be it. This would be it.
Yeah.
Let's
There you
do
go.
it. 100K for Joe. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and while you're at it, if you're going to subscribe to Joe, make sure that you hit up my channel too. We're
Way to
only,
F up
Whenever
my-
you- all of
wait-
them.
we're
let's-
only 500
Oh,
away.
I'm sorry. For
from
10
12.
seconds, it was not all about Dani Ahn-Direct.
12,000.
Oh,
Oh, forgive me for stepping on your
You
toes.
got my
I'm
team.
so sorry. I
You
forgot
got my
the
team, and
rules
all of a
were
sudden
all
now you
around
just
you.
go
My
law, but the
apologies.
testimony you'll give in this case will
this
be
is
the truth, the
livelier
whole
than the
truth, and
trial,
nothing
that's
but
for
the
sure.
truth. All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Might proceed, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy Lujan. Would you
afternoon.
please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Deputy Joseph Lujan, Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
Would you pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, sir? Thank you. How are you employed?
With the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
A little over 10 years now.
And what are your duties?
Currently, I'm currently assigned to the Court Services Division.
And how long have you been assigned to the Court Services Division?
About 10 months now, I believe.
And prior to that, where were you assigned?
I was on the Patrol Division.
And what does a patrol division do?
We answer calls throughout the county, anything from DWI, crash investigations, criminal investigations, that type of thing.
Were you on duty on October 21st, 2021?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall what you were assigned to do that day?
Just normal patrol duties.
And were you involved in the investigation into a shooting that occurred at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, it was.
And what role did you play in that investigation?
Deputy or Sheriff's Office personnel had already been dispatched to the scene at the movie set. Lieutenant Benavidez advised that one of the persons shot was being transported to the hospital and requested a deputy respond to the hospital as well.
Which hospital?
The St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe.
Okay. And was that deputy you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall approximately what time you were dispatched or you went to the hospital?
It was a little bit after 2:00.
And once you arrived at the hospital, where did you go?
I arrived to the emergency room.
And why did you go to the emergency room?
We had been notified, or I had been notified through dispatch that the ambulance was transporting that subject to the emergency room.
And so once you were in the ER, did you go into a room or did you wait in the lobby? What did you do?
I arrived at the one of the trauma rooms that's there at the hospital.
What did you observe when you walked into the trauma room?
A gentleman sitting on or laying on like a gurney hospital bed type thing in the upright position. He had an approximate half-inch hole to, I believe it was the right side of his shoulder.
Do you remember his name?
Yes, it was Mr. Joel Souza.
And what did you do next?
I briefly made contact with Mr. Souza in an attempt to collect preliminary facts surrounding what had occurred.
Okay. And we're not going to talk about what Mr. Souza told you, but after you spoke with Mr. Souza, what did you do?
I observed medical doctors administer some sort of medication to him, and then they retrieved a projectile from his shoulder.
Okay. Were you watching this as it was taking place?
Yes, it was.
So did you watch doctors retrieve that projectile from his shoulder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened to that projectile once it was taken out of Mr. Souza's shoulder?
It was placed into a plastic container. It was handed to me, and I kept possession of it.
And where did you take it?
It was in my possession until Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office investigators arrived, at which point I transferred it. I gave it to them.
Do you recall who you gave it to?
Yes, Miss Marissa Pop. I can't pronounce her last
Poppell?
name. Yes, ma'am.
And who is she?
She is an evidence tech, crime scene tech with the Sheriff's Office.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14. May I approach you?
Yeah.
No objection.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 14?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
That was the projectile that was retrieved by medical staff at the hospital out of Mr. Joel Souza.
Does Exhibit 14 appear to be in the same condition it was in when it was given to you by doctors?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit 14.
Yes.
Thank you. So after you provided this to the crime scene technician, did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
Other than just writing a report, and that was it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? I have nothing further. Thank you, Deputy.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That one of
There
this
you
was
go.
quick.
That's my
There you go.
favorite so far.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. You were the first member of law enforcement to meet with Mr. Souza, the director of the film, afterwards, right?
I believe so, at the hospital, yes, sir.
Right. And I think you told the prosecutor you briefly made contact with him to get some preliminary facts.
Yes, sir.
And he was willing to speak to you, right?
Yes, sir.
And he never once mentioned Alec Baldwin, did he?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Not hearsay. Never once mentioned Alec Baldwin, correct?
Objection. Hearsay.
All right, I don't think that, no, I'm going to overrule.
He never, in describing the preliminary facts to you, ever mentioned Alec Baldwin, correct?
Correct.
No further questions for this witness.
Well, that was
Any
kind of
redirect?
hostile.
So what?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you,
Wow,
sir.
no
Oh, she doesn't have redirect.
All right.
No redirect.
Wow, this is like the best witness so far.
All right.
Give us more of
Calls
that.
Marissa Poppell.
Do a couple more like these, and you'll redeem yourself.
I think it was the very brief cross. Because where is she going to go with redirect?
We could have asked that on each redirection she brought so far.
Oh, yay, it's Carrie, our favorite.
Face the judge, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talking
She's
to
the
microphone.
evidence person. There's going to be a lot with her.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I remember her. I didn't
Please
hate
state
her.
your name for the record.
Marissa Poppell.
Would you spell your last name?
Poppell.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a crime scene technician with Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you held that position?
3 years.
Prior to being the crime scene technician for Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, were you a crime scene technician elsewhere?
Yes.
Where was that?
With the Fort Myers Police Department in Fort Myers, Florida.
And how long did you do crime scene technician work in
She
Florida?
also was a dog
4
groomer.
years.
Is their other business.
And can you briefly describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a crime scene technician does?
Yes, as a crime scene technician, I respond to all sorts of different scenes, whether they're death investigations, burglaries, robberies, whenever there's an abundance of evidence or an abundance of documentation that's needed. I take photographs of the scenes, of the evidence, I collect the evidence, and then I package it at our office.
And do you ever send any of the evidence that you collect somewhere else for additional testing?
Yes.
And tell us, where would you send things, and give us an idea.
Sometimes things are sent to our local state lab here in Santa Fe. Sometimes they are sent to private labs, or sometimes they are sent to the FBI if they're working with us.
Why would you send things to any of those places?
So our state lab is local, so it's nice to be able to have them in the backyard so that they can help us with more common day items. For independent labs, if we have something that needs done within a very quick time frame, we'll utilize them, but they require us to pay for the testing ourselves. Or if the FBI is assisting with us, sometimes they can do additional testing that maybe our local lab wouldn't be able to do.
I want you to give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of what kind of testing you are requesting when you send items out.
Yes, this could be latent print analysis, DNA analysis, firearms testing, things of that nature.
And Ms. Poppell, how did you become involved in this case?
I was asked to respond to a scene of a shooting along with my criminal investigations division. That would be the detectives and myself responding to a scene on October 21st of 2021.
Do you recall approximately what time you arrived on scene?
I believe it was between 2:30 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
And when you arrived on scene, kind of walk us through what you were tasked with doing.
The first thing I was asked to do was photograph the initial scene and what was going on around me, essentially.
Okay, but did she use a leaf blower?
Can you give us an idea of, so you indicate that you were asked to photograph the initial scene. Is that common?
Yes.
And generally speaking, after you photograph the initial scene, do you photograph other things?
Yes.
And what do you photograph?
So any items of evidence would be photographed on scene, and then if additional photographs are needed, then those items could be laid out at our office in a secure area and re-photographed.
And did you take photographs of items of evidence at the scene?
Yes.
Did you also take photographs of some of those same items back at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
What's the point to that?
If there are areas of detail that would be difficult to photograph on scene, we can do so at the office in controlled lighting conditions, areas where we could move the objects in order to see different parts of it a little easier.
Did you, and I don't want to get too much into the details right now, but did you also participate in the execution of search warrants?
Yes.
And why do you, as the crime scene technician, participate in the execution of search warrants?
Part of my duties when we're executing a search warrant is I'm not only documenting all of the evidence on scene, but I'm also collecting all of that evidence, and that evidence stays in my custody.
other than collecting evidence at the scene itself, did you collect evidence in other places pursuant to search warrants?
Yes.
Go ahead and explain to the jury the different places that you went to, just to kind of give them an overview before we get into it.
I was asked to collect evidence at the initial scene at the church. I was then later asked to collect evidence out of a prop truck that was nearby. And then at an even later date, asked to assist with a search warrant at an office in Albuquerque.
Can I have the Elmo? Let's maybe start that way. And the office in Albuquerque that you were asked to participate in a search of, what office was that?
That was a PDQ warehouse.
And do you know now what PDQ is?
Yes, it's a prop supply company.
Pretty damn quick.
And that's in Albuquerque?
Yes.
Did you search and take your photographs at PDQ in Albuquerque on the same day as this incident?
No.
On the 21st of October?
No.
Do you recall approximately when you did the search warrant at PDQ?
November 30th.
And the search warrant that was executed on that prop truck, do you recall when you participated in that?
October 27th.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 7. Let's see if I need to adjust. Did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
And why did you take that photograph?
This photograph is of the prop truck that was at our initial scene.
Did you say, is this a truck?
Or I apologize, a prop cart at our initial scene.
Do you know what a prop cart is used for on the movie set?
I could take a wild guess.
My understanding was that it was a cart that had some props on it.
Wow.
Do you know whether or not those props included
Objection,
real
calls for
guns?
speculation.
I do not.
Still today, you don't know?
The firearms that are visible on this, one is a plastic gun and the other is a firearm that has a blocked cylinder. So it's not a loadable gun. So they're not usable firearms.
Understood. Can you, if you recall, did you collect real firearms from the set of Rust?
Yes.
How many real firearms did you collect from the set of Rust?
There was one firearm that was taken on the initial scene.
But when you continued your searching, when you indicated you searched the prop truck, is that right?
Yes.
So let me back up. The initial real firearm that you took, where was it when you first saw it? And do we have number 6? What happened to the item of evidence? He's got it. Okay, I'm sorry.
She took photos and she
Ms.
documented
Poppell,
things and took
This
custody.
is State's Exhibit 6, and it has previously been admitted into evidence.
This is witchcraft.
So if you would open it.
She looks like she might
Do
practice
you
with
recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the firearm that was taken out of Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
What's in the box? What's in
And
the box?
what did you do with it?
I photographed this item and then collected it, took it back to my office where it was photographed in more detail.
And then what did you do with it?
It was submitted to the FBI for analysis.
And why did you submit it to the FBI for analysis? What kind of analysis?
Believe that we were requesting DNA, latent prints, and firearms testing on it.
DNA, you said latent prints?
Yes.
For those folks that aren't involved in law enforcement, what does latent prints mean?
So your fingerprints
breathing into the
leave
mic?
behind oils and
so.
waters on
I thought it was
surfaces,
you,
which
actually,
are
but-
then referred to as latent, meaning invisible.
No, I don't.
So
hold
we
Joe's.
have
I actually mute my mic.
your fingers leaving behind invisible fingerprints.
And what was the other analysis that you asked the FBI?
A firearms functioning test.
And why would you ask the FBI to perform a firearms functioning test?
We wanted to make sure that the firearm was in proper working order.
From the time that you collected that from Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit to the time that it was sent to the FBI, where was it kept?
It was first secured in my office and then submitted into our evidence vault.
And when you say vault, does that mean that it's secure?
Yes.
And how long was it kept in the vault before it was sent to the FBI, if you recall?
I don't recall exactly. I would say it was within that week that it was sent out.
And when we send items of evidence to the FBI, how do you do that? Do you just throw them in a box and put them in the mail?
No, a formal request was made to the FBI lab, and then they had a agent respond and take custody of the items.
Who was that agent?
I believe that was Agent Cortez.
So does Agent Cortez come to the sheriff's department and take the items?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, do you get the items back?
Yes.
And do you recall when you got these items back?
I do not.
Okay. Were they away from the sheriff's department and at the FBI for a considerable amount of time?
Yes.
And I apologize, I have been corrected. I thought that State's Exhibit 6 had already been admitted into evidence, but I've been notified that it hasn't been, so I would like to move it into evidence.
Pretty sure it has been admitted into evidence. It is,
She didn't move it.
no, she didn't. It's 57813. Yeah. You did not move it in.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and move it into evidence at this time.
No objection.
You may publish.
When you sent this firearm to the FBI, did it appear intact?
Yes.
At some point, did you receive it back from the FBI?
Yes.
Had its condition changed?
Yes.
Describe just generally, when you opened the box, what had changed about its condition?
Something's breathing.
The cylinder of the firearm had been removed and placed separately, and there appears to be an internal component that was bagged in a small plastic bag separate from the firearm.
Okay, and may I approach? I just want to, I haven't actually seen what's in the box.
I think it's the witness that's breathing into the mic like that.
Really?
I wonder if it was somebody on the defense team.
I think that
All jokes aside, I really was sure it was one of you guys. I wasn't going to name names, but then I was like, I'm being mute. No,
Everyone's mic was muted. Couldn't have been us.
that's not cool. That's not cool.
Yeah, no, all of our mics were muted except for yours, Joe. So
set it right there.
There was,
So
I was
very
definitely
close to
not.
what we've been looking at.
I was actually like making mouth movements so that people would realize it could not be moving.
it definitely
Joe, whoever
wasn't you.
smelt it, dealt it, Joe. Whoever smelt it, dealt it.
Yeah.
Everybody go sub
Just
to
to be clear,
freaking
this
Joe.
is the same firearm that you collected from Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit?
Yes.
And is this generally the condition that it was in when you received it back from the FBI?
Yes.
I see that there's a little plastic bag. Can you tell us what's in that plastic bag?
So there are 3 small metal broken pieces in the plastic bag.
Okay. But other than those broken pieces, was the firearm in generally the same condition?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. And does this stay at the courthouse overnight?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you
If you want
back there
to.
with it. Or...
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. I want to go back to State's Exhibit 7 if we can. This cart, did you go through the items that were on it?
Yes.
And did you photograph them?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an idea of what's on that cart? Because it's kind of hard to see everything.
There were multiple boxes of ammunition on the bottom section of the cart, bags, the fake firearms, gun belts with ammunition, earplugs, candy, a fanny pack with ammunition inside, just a multitude of items.
Did that
She was the worst armorer
did
ever.
those items appear to be in any discernible order?
No.
Was there loose ammunition on the cart?
Yes.
And did you collect that?
Yes.
And when you collected that ammunition, did you take it back to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
And what did you do with it when you got it back there?
It was then laid out and photographed.
Now, is this the first time that you've been called to an investigation on a movie set?
Yes.
And have you learned, based on your work on this case, what a dummy round is?
Yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a dummy round is?
A dummy round is essentially ammunition that is not designed to fire a projectile. It is ammunition that's made distinct by either a hole being drilled through the side of it, so it's obvious that there's no gunpowder inside. The primer has been removed so that it can't be fired, so it makes it obvious that it's a dummy round.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. I want you to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you mean when you say primer.
The primer is the base of the round. So it's the small circle that the firing pin hits. So since that's removed, there's nothing there for the firing pin to hit.
Not if it's rimfire, baby.
The dummy rounds are also indicated by, if you shake them, they make a rattle sound. Instead of having gunpowder inside, they have ball bearings inside so that you can shake them and know that they're not live ammunition.
So you just kind of went through some of the distinguishing characteristics of dummy rounds. Would a dummy round have all 3 of those distinguishing characteristics?
No, it could have 2 out of the 3, but I haven't run into any that have had all 3.
So approximately how many dummy rounds did you end up taking into evidence?
Specifically that were dummy rounds, I think we have 50. I might be mistaken about that. I apologize. I'm not sure of the exact number of dummy rounds that we have.
And
how many live bullets?
Let me just ask you this.
Refresh your recollection.
You talked about how a round may have a ball bearing in it. Is that right?
Correct.
Would that dummy round that has the ball bearing in it, would that also have a hole in the side?
No, because then the ball bearings would fall out.
Okay. So do the dummy rounds either have a hole in the side or a ball bearing?
Correct.
And based on your work on this case, how would someone know that the dummy round with the ball bearing in it is actually inert?
They would shake it and it would make a rattle noise.
Okay. And did many of the dummy rounds that you took to the sheriff's department make those noises?
Yes.
Did you also collect any other kind of ammunition from the movie set? Any other types?
Yes.
What other types of ammunition?
It's a type of ammunition that's referred to as a blank.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury generally what a blank is?
So a blank is a round of ammunition that has gunpowder in it. However, it does not have a projectile head on the top. So it has a crimped end, kind of like you would see a dumpling have crimps. And that way there's nothing for that gunpowder to project out the barrel of the gun.
And when you collected all of this ammunition, you took it back to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And at some point, did you examine closely all of the ammunition?
Yes.
And did you develop any suspicions?
Yes.
What suspicions did you develop?
There were several rounds that, when shaken, did not make the rattle noise, and they all had a silver in color primer at the end instead of a brass colored primer.
And did the primer appear to be intact?
Yes.
And did those have a hole in the side?
No.
You indicated that you had some suspicions about them. What was your suspicion?
My suspicion was that they were live rounds.
And what did you do with those live rounds, or suspected live rounds, rather?
They were sent to the FBI for testing to see if they were live rounds or not.
So you didn't take them apart there at the sheriff's department?
No, I did not.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a casing is, or a spent casing?
Once a live round is used in a firearm, the casing is what was encasing that round. So in a regular firearm, it was what would be ejected out of it, out the side. In a case of a revolver, it's what's left in the cylinder. So the projectile has come out of the firearm, and the casing is what's left behind.
Did you collect any spent casings from the scene?
Yes.
How many did you collect from the initial scene?
One.
I'm going to show you what has been, I believe, previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 10. Is that a photograph that you took?
Yes.
Let me make it, there we go. And can you tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, this is a close-up image of the top of the cart. There was a spent casing on top of the cart, which is what we see up top here, where it has no projectile head on the end. And then there was another round next to it.
Let me move this. As you sit here today, do you recall whether that round was the one that we're looking at that appears intact? Was that a dummy round or a live round?
That was a dummy round.
Okay. So in addition to collecting this ammunition, did you also collect other items of evidence?
Yes.
Did you collect any gun belts?
Yes.
And let me also ask you, and let me show you, if I have it here, I'm going to show you what's been.
Did she say how many live rounds there were?
Admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 12.
This is what I want to know.
Yes.
Yeah, not yet, I don't think.
And what are we looking at there?
These were 2 boxes of ammunition that were inside of Lieutenant Benavidez's unit.
So let's talk about exactly what we see in the photograph. Do you see the white box that says 45 long Colt dummies with a very small JS in the middle?
Yes.
Did you open that box?
Yes.
And what was inside that box?
There were rounds inside of the box in a foam insert. Some of them were marked as 45 LC. Some of them were 4440 rounds.
And what's the difference between 45 LC and 4440?
They are different caliber rounds.
And were there any rounds inside that box that you suspected to be live rounds?
Yes.
How many?
1.
That sounds malicious. Like somebody's
The-
trying to.
Let me ask you this. How many rounds altogether did you discover that you thought were suspected live rounds on the set of Rust?
5 and the spent casing, so 6 in total.
And
she's
I
dancing
want
around
to
this
talk a
'cause
little
she
bit
doesn't
about
know.
where those rounds were located. So we've
But how
got
could she not know?
one that you
Because she screwed up before and had a
suspected
good
came out of
juror.
this box. Is that right?
Yes.
And just so that we're clear, the box on the right in the photograph, what was inside that box?
There were blank rounds inside that box.
And were they all legitimately blank rounds?
Yes.
I'll shut up. You'll see.
And give me just one moment to pull up some additional exhibits here.
Are you at the pool right now, Nate?
Oh yeah, I'm in Cancun.
Oh, her ability to count. I mean, she must work for like the Georgia Federal Election Committee because like it's just taking. How long does it take you to count 45?
I think you testified that you collected some items of evidence from inside the church. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Did you collect any gun belts from inside the church?
Yes.
How many, if you recall?
There was a gun holster, just one inside the church.
And did you take that back? Well, the holster, was there anything unique about it? Was it just a piece of leather or did it have additional parts to it?
It appeared to be a shoulder holster. So the one that would not go around your waist, but one that would go over your shoulder. And it had a fake knife attachment to it.
And were there the piece of leather? Did the holster hold anything?
Yes, it was able to hold ammunition.
And when you collected that holster, did it have ammunition sitting inside of it?
Yes.
And the ammunition that was inside of that holster, did you closely examine it?
Yes.
And did any of that was in the holster cause you to suspect that there were any live rounds in the holster?
Yes.
How many rounds that were in that holster did you suspect were live?
1.
And you sent that to the FBI?
Yes.
And based on your work on this case, do you know who was the actor who was assigned to that holster?
Alec Baldwin.
Can we go ahead and, I don't know exactly. Yeah, let's publish.
That's
it. Oh, I'm
interesting.
sorry. Do you have any objections?
Live rounds in Alec Baldwin's holster. That's interesting.
I certainly don't have to this picture.
Okay, so I'm going to move for the admission of State's Exhibit 22 and ask for permission to publish.
Hearing no objection, page 22 will be admitted to the public.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
This is the interior of the church, and it is a close-up of some of the benches or pews that were inside of the church.
And what is, do you see something leather there?
Yes, on the second row of benches, there's a jacket and a holster
Is that the holster that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Is that where it was when you collected it?
Yes.
And I would like to show you what has been previously marked as, give me just one moment. I think it's 12 and 13. Mr. Spyro, do you need to go through these with me?
If you just show me the picture quickly, I'm sure I have no objection.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to unplug, or do you?
Oh, no, I can pull another cell.
Okay, well, but it's gonna come up on the screen, so I don't want to publish it. No, but as soon as I move it, it's gonna come up on all the screens. Okay. Here, let's do it that way.
I have no objection to exhibits 12 and 13. Thank you.
Thank you. How about let's do
Yes, for all the people keep asking, am I here? Yes, I'm here, listening to everything.
No objections to
I'm just
15,
being
16.
covered by the by the side. Yes, I'm here.
Why don't you do this?
18?
Yeah, much
No
better.
objection.
There's
happy to
Nate.
stipulate
Speaking out.
whatever Ms. Investigator Poppell
Showing us all up.
at the scene.
Well, we need a little more identity, but it's 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Even like this, by having the double Nate in here,
It
it keeps you
19.
visible.
Yeah, you can move the other Nate if you can.
That's what I'm saying. That's what we're using it to bump up the
26, 27, 28, 29, 30. We have 31, 32, 33.
Okay, so what's missing is so you're not doing 22, 23, 24, 25, right?
22's on the screen.
All right, what about 23, 24, 25? I didn't hear you name those.
There's no issue. The only one.
I just want to get the numbers. This becomes a problem later.
23 is already in evidence. What were the other ones you had?
24, 25.
I don't think I'm, all right, I'll go ahead and do 24 and 25.
Wait,
No objection?
okay, so 22 is in evidence. I don't have 23. You don't either, do you?
What do you mean?
Well, we've been
23.
keeping track and we don't
Right,
have.
so I think that, I think this is what we're moving into evidence, 23.
Okay, I don't need to be, yeah.
20.
22 's
23 is already in evidence. Or maybe it's, here, what number is this? Because I'm looking at the same picture that's up here.
I think she's tested the church benches. Oh, that's not it.
22 is the church bench.
Mhm. What's
Okay.
up on the screen?
7 and 8, so that's wrong. That is 22. You can see in the lower left there.
This one on the screen?
We can't see on the lower left. Oh, exhibit 22. Okay, 22. Yes, it is. All right, so
Stand here with me so I can.
let me just clarify. All right, 13 has already been admitted. 12 has already been admitted. 26 has already been admitted. You're tracking me as well, right?
Me?
Mhm. Okay, so what we don't have, 14 has been admitted, so 15 through 21, 22 was just admitted. We don't have 23.
That's fine. I'm not moving for the admission of 23. I think it's a duplicate.
Okay, let me just. All right, we don't have 25. We do have 26.
Didn't we have this in a pretrial motion somewhere?
So
Didn't they already exclude?
So you said, what
We-
about
we-
25?
Do you guys remember that?
I will be moving for
Remember what?
25.
Okay, And then.
Didn't we go through an
27,
exhibit
28,
list
29, 30,
and
31,
have
32,
motions to
33.
exclude exhibits and
Okay,
stipulate
so
bring in
on the
exhibits?
record, the court is going to admit 15, 16,
Oh, okay,
17,
this is
18,
just in-
19, 20,
Okay, never
21, 23, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30,
like the
31,
judge's
32,
haircut.
33.
Your Honor, there's objections, as I think the court might remember, to 31, 32, 33, they're not relevant.
All right, well,
I'll show you.
let's not confuse me at the late
Sure.
day, so I'm just going to write down what's been admitted, and then we will go from there.
Thank you.
Okay. This gets to be a real mess later, so 15.
Oh, it's okay, Judge. It's a mess now.
I was.
Sorry to slow us down.
We're in day one, and we're having trouble keeping track of what is and is not in evidence. It's going really super well.
23.
Why is she doing? Why is she doing the clerk's job?
I was just about to say that. Why is the clerk not
And your
keeping
objection to
track?
31, 32, 33.
Yes, Your Honor, we've discussed that issue.
And I believe the court reserved ruling on it. We can take it up in the morning if you want.
All right, so let's just go with what we've admitted. You may publish.
Okay, and I apologize. I will move also for the admission of 23. Where I was looking at there is different than the actual 23. Any objection to 23?
You said you needed 23. You said 24 you didn't want to
I did.
publish.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
Come on, please. Let's do that.
It must be getting hot in that courtroom. Everybody's kind of slowing down.
Does this judge have a hard out at like 4:30 local time, or like, do you know anyone else?
5 o'clock,
5 o'clock?
8:30 to 5. That's what I thought I heard her say in the beginning. They have AC, but the building has problems apparently. That's what she said, at least in the beginning.
Yeah, the final hour of the day is torturous, unless there's like some really juicy testimony coming.
Okay. Ready?
Yes. Ready, set,
Okay.
go.
Do you want to approach?
What's this? Court's 4? This is court's 4. Court's 4.
I decided to go sober way too early this year.
That was a mistake.
Yeah, I'm regretting my decisions now. No. Yeah, so with this witness, I remember in Hannah Gutierrez, she couldn't figure out the difference between the live rounds and the dummy rounds. And there was
Poppell,
like
I'm
a
gonna show you
full
what
30-minute
has been,
exchange about that.
marked, and I think these are all stipulated too, so we've just moved these into evidence. I think we're just collectively moving them into evidence, and I can go
Yeah.
through them now. Okay, State's Exhibit 15. Ms. Poppell, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that a photo of?
This is a close-up of the rounds that were in the holster that we were discussing.
Mr. Baldwin's holster.
Yes.
And I see, how many silver primers do you see there?
There are 2.
And which one did you suspect was a live round?
The one that's closer to the center that has a cleaner look to it.
This one here?
Yes.
And the one that was on the left that has the silver primer, when you examined that, what happened?
When that one was examined, it was determined to be a dummy round.
Do you know who provided that dummy round to the set of Rust?
I do not.
Okay. Other than Mr. Baldwin's holster, were there other gun holsters that you collected?
Yes.
And were there other holsters that contained what you suspected to be live ammunition?
Yes.
How many others?
There was one other a gun belt that was located on top of the cart that had a suspected live round.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is a close-up of the gun belt that was taken from the top of the cart, and it is a close-up specifically of the rounds that were inside of it.
And was the suspected live round the one with the silver primer?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about that box of ammunition that you, the box of dummies that you took out of Lieutenant Benavidez's unit. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you point us to the suspected live round that you testified to inside that box?
Correctly this time.
Yes, it's the round on the far right with the silver and color primer.
This one right here.
Yes.
And I think you testified that there was some loose ammunition on the top of that prop cart. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you collect all that?
Yes, they did.
You took it back to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Any of the ammunition that you collected from the top of the prop cart, did you suspect any of that to be live ammunition?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 26, which I believe was previously in evidence. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And did you take that photo?
Yes, I did.
So what is this a photo of?
This is an overall photo of all of the loose ammunition that was collected from the top of the cart.
So these 6 items here at the top, what are those?
Those are all blank rounds. They have the crimped end.
So they're missing the projectile.
Yes.
Do they ignite? Do they make a sound? If you know.
Yes, they do.
Do they have gunpowder in them?
Yes.
What are they missing? Just the projectile?
Correct.
And these here on the left, these 2 rounds that look very much like each other, were you able to determine whether those were dummies or suspected live rounds?
Those were dummy rounds.
And the 2 rounds over here on the right, when you examined those, did you have any concerns?
Yes.
What were your concerns?
My concern was that they were live rounds.
And did you send those to the FBI?
Yes.
And then we see this round down here at the bottom. And I see a hole in the casing. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that what you were describing as a dummy round with a hole in the casing?
Yes.
So was that sent to the FBI?
It was not.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 27. Do you see that?
Yes.
And those rounds that we're looking at right there, are they also in the previous photo?
Yes, they are.
Let's go back to 26. Are they these right here?
Yes, they are.
So they had silver primers, is that right?
Correct.
And did you collect and photograph that spent casing?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28. Is that the spent casing?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the bottom of that same spent casing.
So when you talked about the primer being the area that the firing pin of the gun strikes, are you referring to this silver right here?
Yes, I am.
And do you know what that little dimple in the top is called?
That is made from the firing pin.
Okay, that's the mark that's left?
Yes.
All right.
Well, what's it called? I can answer that.
Now, when you ultimately conducted a search of the prop truck, did you collect additional ammunition?
Yes.
And was there any live ammunition found in the prop truck?
No.
Or any suspected live ammunition, rather? No?
No.
So what kind of ammunition did you take out of the prop truck?
We took blanks and dummy rounds.
All right, I'm gonna say.
Do
it.
you remember
Way too
approximately
long.
how many?
Not giving me nothing, to be honest with you.
I would approximate 1,000 to 1,500.
Did you closely examine each and every one of those?
Yes.
Hang on, here we go. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And where was that located?
This was located in a bag on the prop truck.
When you say on the prop truck, because we weren't there, can you describe this truck?
I apologize. It is a storage truck, so almost like you would see a moving vehicle. It has that amount of storage in the back area of it.
And does it have a door that comes down?
Yes.
So you found this inside that prop truck in a bag, is that right?
Yes.
And did you go through the contents of this box?
Yes, I did.
And there were no dummy rounds? I'm sorry, there were no suspected live rounds.
There was one round that did not make a sound, so it was sent to the FBI as well. But
okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that, and how does it relate to the previous photo that we saw?
These are the rounds that were inside of that box, but they were taken out of the box and laid out to be photographed.
Do they have the patine? Because that's all that matters.
Is there anything unusual or noteworthy about these dummy rounds compared to the other dummy rounds that you found on set?
Yes.
What is that?
The dummy rounds found on set had this almost new shine to them. These rounds that were located have this antique look to them.
And do you mean that kind of brown color, that sort of antique color on the brass?
Yes.
And was one of these dummy rounds located in Mr. Baldwin's bandolier?
Yes.
Let's just jump back for a moment. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. Just for completeness, can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is a close-up of the jacket and holster that were found on the bench inside of the church.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Can you tell us what that is?
This is a projectile that was recovered from Joel Souza's shoulder.
And how did you get that?
I responded to the hospital and received it from Deputy Lujan.
And when you took it from Deputy Lujan, what was it in?
It was in a plastic cylinder container.
And what did you do with it?
I took it to the office and photographed it with scale.
And after you photographed it, this is your picture here, right?
Yes.
After you photographed it, did it get sent anywhere?
Yes, it got sent to the FBI lab.
State's Exhibit 20, can you just tell us what that is?
This is the exterior of the church.
State's Exhibit 21, can you tell us what that is?
This is the interior of the church.
State's Exhibit 24, did you take that photo?
Yes, I did.
When did you take that photo?
This was after the firearm was recovered from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
Is this the condition the firearm was in when you recovered it from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle?
Yes.
Is this the condition it was in when it was sent to the FBI?
Yes.
All right, bear with me. Let me catch up with you here. Did you participate in making the decision about which items of evidence were going to be analyzed at the FBI?
Yes.
And let's go through the items of evidence that were sent to the FBI for analysis. State's Exhibit 24, we understand it was sent, correct?
Yes.
And I think you testified previously that you sent it for DNA testing, is that right?
Yes.
And without talking about specifically that testing, did you get results back?
Yes.
Did you, I think you indicated that you sent it for functionality testing, is that right?
Yes.
And did you get the results of that?
Yes.
And then at some point, did you participate in a discussion or a decision to have additional testing done on this gun?
I believe I was part of that conversation, yes.
Okay. And so was additional testing of this gun requested at the FBI?
Yes.
And do you recall generally what that requested testing was?
I'm uncertain as to what they phrase it as, but I believe it was a drop test that was requested.
And what did you intend them to test for?
That the firearm, whether or not it would be able to go off without the trigger being pulled, I believe.
Okay. And did you send some of the boxes of ammunition to the FBI?
Yes.
Why?
We sent all of the suspected rounds, suspected live rounds, to determine if they were in fact live rounds. One additional round was sent that did not make a sound to determine whether or not it was a dummy round.
And was it a dummy round?
And I believe that in the case of the box that was recovered from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle, they wanted it in its entirety, so we sent them the entire box.
Okay. And when
I don't
you're
think
talking
she's
about
able
the
to
box,
say.
Are you talking about the
It's
box
not her
that we
personal
saw earlier
knowledge.
that said 45
Because
long
she
Colt
couldn't figure it out
dummies
the
with
first
JS
go
in the
around.
middle?
Yes.
That's why.
And
Yeah.
what kind of analysis did you want done on the box?
Which is a really good
Did it have
fact
anything
for
to do with the
Baldwin.
box itself?
And it was a good fact for Hannah too.
We wanted latent prints completed on the box itself.
Okay. And is it customary, if you can explain to us how this works, is it customary that the sheriff's department swabs items of evidence for DNA?
There are times where we will swab items for DNA. However, most labs, when we are requesting that they assist us, they want the items in their entirety. So they want to complete the swabbing themselves.
So with regard to State's Exhibit 24, which is a photograph of the firearm, with regard to that firearm, did you swab it for DNA?
No.
Why not?
Because we were sending it to the lab and that determination had already been made. We wanted to send it in its entirety to the lab.
So was it swabbed at the FBI?
Yes.
And in terms of, sounded like you did another search. You did a search of a business in Albuquerque. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know why the sheriff's department wanted to search that location?
It was my understanding that because the owner of that business had assisted in supplying dummy rounds to the set, that we wanted to ensure that we weren't finding any additional live rounds. And to determine that, we needed to search that warehouse as well.
And what was that person's name, the person who owned that business?
Seth Kenny.
And was Mr. Kinney there when you conducted the search?
Yes.
And did you find live ammunition inside that business?
Yes.
Visibly, in terms of the details of the ammunition, did it appear to be identical to the live ammunition that you collected from the set of Rust?
No.
What did you do with the live ammunition that you collected from PDQ, Mr. Kinney's business?
It was sent to the FBI.
Why? What were you asking them to do?
We were asking them to compare the gunpowder inside of the rounds found at PDQ to the gunpowder found inside the live rounds on set.
Why?
We wanted to determine if they originated from the same place.
And what did
And
you
did you get the
determine?
results back?
Yes.
And
She's not going to
if
be able to
you
answer any
would,
of
I
that.
see
They got to
you've
bring
got
in the
a box with you.
FBI
Yes, I do.
people.
Can you pull that box out for us?
Makes sense.
I don't mean to disparage Seth Kenny, but geez, his workshop was a nightmare. There was live rounds sitting next to dummy rounds. It was no bueno.
Not the model of
The-
cleanliness and organization.
Lord, no.
May I approach?
But it's okay. You're only dealing with ammunition, so there's no reason to be organized about it.
Yeah. What do you have to worry about? What's the worst that could happen?
Everybody's a critic.
But it is a bad fact for the state that their own investigator and evidence collector couldn't tell the difference between what was a dummy round and what was a live round.
With respect to this case, I mean, yeah, maybe. Why would you say that? In what way is that true? Yeah.
Because even if he had checked the chamber, right? So he had checked to see if it was a dummy round. It could have been the one dummy round that doesn't make a sound. What was he expected to do? Right?
But he doesn't claim he checked.
I'm going to show you.
Point the gun in a safe direction, pull the trigger 6 times. I don't know.
If he's told the gun is a cold gun, isn't that supposed to mean there's nothing in it?
That's what they said. That's what his lawyer said.
That's what his
So it
dumb
does-
lawyer said in the beginning. But I think what they meant to say is it's a dummy loaded if it's a cold gun, right?
I'm saying is once he says that, then in that case, his failure to look means even if it was a dummy in there, like he would have been. He would
Yeah,
have
just
alerted.
saying anything
that
at
something's
all
wrong.
would have put you on notice. So you don't have to identify it.
Wait, so is their argument there was nothing in the gun at all?
No, their argument is that he assumed there was nothing in the gun at all once he heard cold gun.
Yeah, cold gun meant nothing in the gun.
And
Because I thought that it allowed for dummies.
No, he said empty. It was open.
So this this is the live round that was taken from the box located in Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle. It's been deconstructed by the FBI. Therefore, we have the casing, the projectile, and the gunpowder that was inside all separated.
And is the gunpowder in this
Keep them
container here?
separated.
Yes.
For all of the 5 live rounds, suspected live rounds that were sent to the FBI, were they all disassembled by the FBI?
Yes.
And were they all returned to you in this condition?
Yes.
Do they all look exactly the same?
Yes.
I'm going to move into evidence states exhibit 35, 36, 37, and 38.
Your Honor, if I could just ask one clarifying, just to find out the date of that, just so I know, because I've examined this.
The date of what?
When she received it back, or the date around,
I think she-
approximately even is fine.
Do you know approximately when you received them back?
I do not. I have that back at the office, but I don't have it on me at the moment.
Can you give us an estimate? Was it a month? Was it a year?
I would estimate 6 months to a year.
That's fine, Your Honor, thank you.
Date's important.
Did you also say 39 or just take it 38?
I ended at 38, but there will be a 39.
Is it me, or could this have gone a lot quicker?
You said they all look
Guns and
the
everything.
same, right?
Yes.
Is that true also of the powder in the little container?
Yes.
It all appears to be the same.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I'm showing you, sorry, I keep throwing them down, 35, 36,
It's
here's
not really helpful to
37,
this case at all.
here's 38. The live rounds that you sent to the FBI that you collected from PDQ, did those live rounds come back in kind of this same condition, disassembled?
Yes.
And
Are you able to zoom out?
oh, here. Is the glare, would it be easier if I just handed it to you?
It's okay.
Well, can I approach and I'll hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38.
Yes.
So do you guys think it's
For the record,
unreasonable
these have
for
all
him
been
to
submitted
aim
and
and
published.
fire a blank on set?
At a
on the
person,
set of the
yes.
movie?
They all
Yes. Really?
At a person, yes.
100%.
Blanks can
Blanks are
kill.
dangerous, yeah.
Ask,
Yes.
ask John Eric Hexum.
So the live rounds that you took from PDQ, did I ask you to bring those here today?
You did not.
Do you have them back at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And when they were returned to you from the FBI, they were deconstructed like this, right?
Yes.
So you had a casing, a projectile, and a container of powder.
Yes.
Did the container that holds the gunpowder just visibly, did it appear the same or different than the live rounds that came from the set of Rust?
It was different.
And you could just see that with your eye.
Correct.
And I'm going to show you what has been, or what I will mark right now as State's Exhibit 39, just for completeness. And what
I'm
is that?
curious to see if the
This
same
is
witnesses
the
have the same
spent casing that was located on top of the cart.
Okay. Is there anything else?
Yes, blanks can kill everybody. I
did
know.
In this case, generally.
They're bringing up brand
In general terms, I was also asked to collect DNA standards, fingerprint standards from various parties so that those could also be sent for comparison at the FBI.
And what parties did you collect DNA standards from?
I collected them from David Halls, Hannah Gutierrez, and I believe Lieutenant Benavidez as well.
Did you, I'm sorry, do you know whether or not a DNA standard from Mr. Baldwin was collected?
It was collected by another agency.
Okay.
They still got to run the DNA, even though he was holding the gun in front of a camera and everybody saw it. It's like, yeah.
I don't
think
get
he touched
why.
the gun.
I don't get
And you
why. You
took,
wonder how we ever convicted
the
anyone 100
firearm
years
out of
ago.
Mr. Benavidez's patrol unit. Did it appear to be damaged or modified in any way?
And not that I was able to see.
And let me go back to State's Exhibit 21. What are we looking at there?
This is the interior of the church after I've laid down evidence markers.
So just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury so that they know what are evidence markers and where do we see them in this picture so they can make sense of what they're looking at.
Oh, come on.
Evidence markers are utilized so that when we go back and reference photos, we can easily determine where things were placed in a scene, where things were when we went there. So in this photo specifically, any numbered areas were physical items of evidence or possible evidence that was collected by myself. Any areas that are marked with a letter were areas of suspected blood that were also swabbed and collected.
And just to be clear, the evidence that we've looked at that was photographed, all of these, is that all the evidence in the case?
No.
And the items of evidence that you brought in the box, that's not all the evidence in this case, right?
Right.
Do you still have all of the evidence?
Yes.
And where is it?
It is in the evidence vault at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
So if anyone wants
My
you
vault.
to bring it in, you can do that. Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
Going once. Why did you not bring it in now?
She's just pre-butting a defense argument. Why isn't this here? Why didn't
Because
you
it
bring
should
that?
be. Why is it not here?
Thank you. I will pass the witness.
Oh. The witness is passed.
I think we're going to end for the day so that you all can get your exhibits together.
Huzzah!
Thank you, Lord.
Maybe bring your stuff here tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll have show and tell.
Okay, thank you. Jury, please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't be looking at anything about the trial, anything about the subject matter, either on TV, Googling, research, whatever, news accounts, what the caution I've told you, okay? At 8:30, according to Steve Bing, have a good evening. Thank you.
All rise to the jury.
Any motions? Do they have any motions on the way out or any bookkeeping to do?
I don't think so.
So I just looked at the SAG safety bulletin and the SAG requirements.
Mhm.
It states it very clearly that you never point at anyone, including yourself. So I have serious questions of how they're going to get out of this because the standard is that, whether
Dani,
you're in
did you
Hollywood
see-
or otherwise.
There's a whole section on dealing with live ammunition on set. I thought we just heard in opening that there's never live ammunition on set. No, there's a whole series of rules to deal with it.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Go.
just saying, if they're going to argue. Oh, wait, is court still
There
there?
must be.
I told you there's still stuff happening. They always do
Calm
talk.
down.
Well, I thought that's what was agreed to. Order of witnesses.
It absolutely was. I just wanted to confirm as we're running out. Everybody's checking that nothing's changed.
Okay.
We'll confer you.
All right. Anything else?
If I could just beg the court's indulgence to just quickly look at Exhibit 6, which I wasn't able to see when they opened it, the firearm.
Exhibit sticks?
Firearm.
Oh, 6.
That's just not all I was.
Where is it?
Yeah.
Is it here?
It's not here.
No, Martine
Oh, you
took it to save it. You can. I could ask Corporal War, if
It's okay.
Deputy
All right.
Apodaca. I don't have my glasses on. Are you sure?
I was trying to catch it, but it's okay. I'll save
Okay.
it.
All right.
I'm happy to call him up. I can get him.
Worked hard enough today. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Morrissey?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Have a good evening. Thank you.
All right. There you go. That's the final bell of the day. We're lawyers. We stay till the end.
Exactly.
Fair.
We don't get dismissed early. So,
Well,
Thoughts?
I don't hate the pace of this. I was really getting disheartened before lunch there, but I feel like they're moving along. They're not wasting time on extraneous stuff. Like I feel like most of this is pertinent and important. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's not the sexy part of the testimony, but this is what we all understand to be the necessary part. As far as understanding, they did their due diligence and following up and checking up the scene and verifying what went wrong here. And I think that all of that ultimately those are just necessary checks in order to show the competence that by the police department and the CS and the local CSI. So yeah, we know we're gonna get this part. It's not the fun part where you have someone testifying. I told him there was live rounds, and that's what we all want. That's what we all want. He said, "F you, I'll fire this wherever I want."
foundational evidence tends to not be thrilling.
Yeah, it's not. It's really not. Yeah.
But a couple of things that we did find out that are new is that there were live rounds in Alec Baldwin's gun belt. That's the first I've heard.
So that's true.
I thought we knew that from the last trial, that he had some in his gun belt, that there was some in the box. And that's where some of the confusion came in about the involvement of Seth Kenney is, well, wait a second. At what point were the live rounds intermingled into everything? Because
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, you go.
so based on the testimony that we heard from multiple witnesses, they said, oh, well, it must have come from these boxes. It had to have come from these two boxes because those were the boxes that Hannah picked up from Seth Kenney's place. And then there was confusion. Well, maybe it came from this other, run for ammo, because it's not like, did she grab from those two boxes in order to load the belt? So I remember there being a lot of confusion at what point the live rounds came into play.
But let's keep it real, though, here. Everything I've heard, to me, it convicts the armorer. Did you see the card? Did you see this? Did you see that?
Sure.
The armorer seems to be the main person. Now, to get from the armorer to Baldwin, you still got to go through the AD. And right now, if the armorer trial, she's going to jail. The AD's there, maybe. But I don't see how they've gotten to Baldwin.
She's been convicted already. She's been
Yeah, I
convicted. She's been convicted. She's facing 18 months, right? That's what her thing
Yeah,
is.
she got 18 months.
But based on what I've just heard today, the armorer is the one that should go to jail. Now I think but that's where we can probably get tomorrow. How do we get to Baldwin? How do we get to Baldwin's records? Because this is everything that we've just seen is the armorer.
Well, I think we're establishing the conditions on set, and so now we have to move to Alec Baldwin's knowledge of the conditions. And to me, the big piece still is always going to come back to what exactly was he supposed to do in that scene, and did it involve cocking the trigger, pointing the gun, or cocking the hammer, pointing the gun, and pulling the trigger.
Even if he didn't cock the hammer and pull the trigger, at that point, the guy pointed the gun directly at someone. And if it says in the SAG rules he shouldn't have done that, he learned that when he was getting trained with Hannah, or he should have, but he blew off training sessions with Hannah, and we knew that from the last trial. So it's like, even if he didn't pull the trigger, he still was violating the standards that he is held to as an actor at a minimum.
There's so many things that were violated here. I mean, they're supposed to have the safety meeting before they even block out the scene, any scene that involves a firearm. It doesn't sound like any of this type of thing had happened. They were just very busy cutting corners. But don't point the firearm at anybody. Never place your finger on the trigger. Know what your intended target is. Don't engage in any horseplay with firearms. I think this is where the case goes from here, is just establishing these are what the rules are, and here's the various ways in which he himself broke them. And this is kind of interesting background, I guess, into like the culture on set, but that's really, I think, just feeding into again his knowledge that this was none of this is complying with the standards. They're very clear about keeping everything in different boxes. All of this type of stuff. It would have been obvious to anybody who's looking at this cart that this cart is not in compliance with the rules.
Well, one thing, Kurt is a firearm instructor, so I'll defer to him. But I will. This is absolutely true. But one thing I will say is that no matter what, I think the defense's objective here is to say, yes, Andrea, you are 100% correct. In real life, those rules and everything you're saying is 100% correct. But this is a movie set with fake guns and fake people and doing fake things for all this fake stuff. So yes, in the circumstance you're talking about, yes. But in this circumstance, that is not the standard. That's not what we do. And we've been doing this for 40 years. Again,
I'm saying
argument.
These are the SAG guidelines. These are the movie set guidelines. These aren't even the range guidelines. They just actually, as it happens, turned out to be identical. Like I was told in opening, actors get special rules on movie sets, but then I see these guidelines and like, no, it's the same rules that you would see walking into pretty much any gun range to do some just normal recreational shooting.
But to be fair with Nate's argument here, it's not just Nate who's saying this. There's multiple witnesses in the Hannah Gutierrez trial that testified to it being basically a standard that they point and shoot blanks all the time at each other. Yeah. And so even though that's the SAG guideline and the SAG standard, it may not be the industry standard.
So it's a very interesting thing which comes up in the law a lot, when there's sort of the official rules and then there's the reality, which might establish a custom and practice whereby you might not deem that to now be, recklessly negligent when you figure this really could have happened to anyone in the acting industry based on how everyone there acts. That would seemingly require a great deal of testimony by the defense to establish that while something may be written in the SAG guidelines, that is not the way things tend to go on most sets. And most sets, people tend to disregard these hard and fast rules of the SAG guidelines, in which case I can understand that might not be deemed criminally negligent or recklessly negligent, because he's just doing what everyone in his place would be doing. It sounds awful to say it, considering the results.
Yeah.
Let's keep it real. SAG also came out and backed Baldwin. Now, we can all say that SAG agrees, but then that's a double-edged sword, because you can say, here are the SAG guidelines, and then you'll have the SAG press statement that says, hey, we believe Alec Baldwin should be found, like whatever they said backing Baldwin. So, I don't think the SAG guidelines convict them. I honestly think it's customs and practices that's going to win the day here.
You're saying that, but in opening,
I don't think the SAG support of Baldwin was based on the rules. I don't think they're saying, Alec Baldwin was fine because of that. They're looking at what are the implications for actors being potentially held liable, on set under these kinds of circumstances. So, I mean, they're doing what unions do. They protect the people that they're, that are their base.
Yeah, but I listen. I think he should be found guilty. I'll concede that. But I will say, I think a good attorney can go in there and really make an argument that, hey, this is what almost any job. You do this, you expect this. You have, matter of fact, in this particular case, we hired a professional armorer. Matter of fact, she's the daughter of the best armorer ever on the planet in Hollywood to do it. Right? That's her father. We hired her, and then just for her, we hired an AD to supervise her, who was also supposed to check, so we won't have this problem. And both things both fail. So is it reasonable for him to rely on the daughter of the greatest armorer in the world and one of the best ADs on the planet, and then they hand him a gun? I think that can sway. That would sway me as a juror to say, well, I think he was being reasonable to rely on that.
See, here's the thing, and because we're dealing with two different standards, there's negligent and then there's criminally negligent, where you have to say this is really reckless negligence, and that the definition of reckless negligence and where that threshold is crossed. I'm not sure if there's an official. I mean, I'm sure there's language which there's case law to help establish where that guideline is, and New Mexico, I'm sure, in the jury instructions will help them. Hopefully, should we help the jury walk through where that line is? The point that I think I might agree with Nate to a degree, because I never agree with him entirely, but to a degree, is that, okay, with respect to saying, was he negligent? Yeah, okay, if you're not following the SAG guidelines, that might be negligent. But to say that this is criminally negligent when it's something everyone is doing in ignoring these SAG guidelines, whether that's pointing a gun at someone, whether that's checking a gun that someone screams out cold, and whether even if someone screams out cold, whether it's custom practice for actors to actually double check to make sure it's cold, all of those type of things, that might be things that, if that is the culture, that might still be negligent, just not recklessly criminally negligent, because those customs and practice just create a culture where that's what everyone does. How can you say, if this is the culture that's what everyone does, how can you say that that's recklessly negligent? So that means everyone is recklessly negligent? Because,
Joe, you can say that everybody is on notice that a firearm is an inherently extremely dangerous object to be messing around with. Everybody knows intuitively you don't play around with a gun. Everybody knows that. It doesn't require it shouldn't require a guideline to tell you that. You treat guns extremely seriously.
Everybody,
I think that's the counter argument.
They do the same thing with explosives that are on set and everything else. I totally agree with you, Andrea. Unfortunately, though, I do tend to agree with Good Logic and Nate here, where I feel like if the defense does a good job of saying, look, they use guns, they use explosives, they use freaking bombs all the time on set that could kill people. And yet, how many gun accidents do we actually have recorded in the last 50 years? This one and one other. And in both of those cases, they were following the same standard as everybody else. So it's, the industry should be following SAG guidelines, but they don't. And until they do, it's not fair to hold one actor during one accident wholly accountable where everybody else is doing it too.
For a culture that was created throughout Hollywood.
Sure. I see the argument there, but the defense kind of tried to make that argument in their opening, but they didn't tie up the connection.
Yeah, they did it parts.
Yeah.
I like that stuff when they were talking about that, because I think that is the right idea. The
But
right
he-
idea is that I was able to reasonably rely, one of two things. I was able to either reasonably rely on the trained expert in the same way I rely on the safety people to check my rigging and make sure I'm not going to fall to my death or whatever.
Mhm.
Or two, that this is just the standard and practice of our industry. And so I was behaving in a way that's consistent with the norm. Either way, you're not consciously disregarding because it's just the accepted practice.
I think the first point you made there, Kurt, is the strongest one in my opinion. If I'm the defense lawyer on this case, that's really what I'm trying to go down, is that yes, they do have these guidelines, and these guidelines set out rules and responsibilities, and that's what we're trying to operate within. You have to be able to rely on people complying with that in order for anything to function.
Right.
The culture on set was bad. Everybody was sloppy with their guns, therefore it was okay for me to be sloppy with guns. No, I don't see that one flying at all. If anything, I think that's going to make it more horrifying for the jury.
Yeah.
The argument that because everybody was falling below the standard, this is, I'm sorry, but reminding me of Canton, where like all the cops are driving drunk, and so what is it okay now? Like, no,
I guess
it's still
I
a
guess in
rule.
Canton it is. That's how they roll.
I mean, I'm with you though, Andrea. I think what the state could do is to get some really great armors, really great testimony in that says, look, that might be what other idiots do, but that is not how we train our actors. Period.
Mm-hmm.
We expect them to line up scenes so that we're not pointing at each other, so that we aren't firing at one another, because we inherently know we are dealing with firearms, whether it's loaded with a blank, whether or not it's loaded at all. This is a firearm. It is not a toy. It's not a prop. It's not a hero prop. And Baldwin was treating these as his hero props. That's what he called them. And that's how he behaved. He was being reckless, and it shows. So,
I'll ask you this.
You do appreciate that hero prop is just a technical term.
I'm gonna
But
push
Dani,
back.
see, I think that would be a good approach for the defense as well. Exactly what you just said. Bring on a good armorer about this is exactly what you do. This is what you would expect, because that is then you're setting the standard for what Alec Baldwin would expect. If we're not allowed to get into him as a producer and his role in hiring, supervising, firing this person, evaluating their performance and so forth, then if she's a bad armorer, that tends to detract from his responsibility from my perspective. If a good armorer would have prevented this kind of thing from happening, and he would expect to rely on a good armorer to prevent this kind of thing from happening, then he has to be on notice that she's a bad armorer for him to have any responsibility there.
I'm going to ask you to just consider this comparison, okay? Because you're sitting here saying that should rise to the level of criminal negligence, and maybe you'll stay with that even after I say this. But let's say you're driving on a highway where this posted speed limit is 50 miles an hour, and there's one jackass who's driving 80. Now that person ends up causing a death. You can say that perhaps you'll say that rises criminal negligence. But if he's in a culture that everyone on the road there is driving 75, 80, and he drives along that way, and now you're going to say that guy should be not just negligent, but criminally reckless negligence, that he's going with the flow of what's happening there. I don't know. I mean, I can see an argument both ways on that.
I don't like this analogy because I don't think it fits. I think the example would be more like if he is speeding his car at 80 miles an hour directly at somebody and expecting to be able to hit the brakes and stop. In that case, yes, he's criminally negligent. I don't care if everybody around him is doing it.
Hold on,
because I think that's far more equivalent to the situation of pointing a firearm at somebody and pulling the trigger.
So now
it's not just
right. Okay, so these are different elements of negligence here. I didn't mean to cut you off, because if you want to finish up, please finish it.
No, I did.
Okay, all right. And you're right. There are different elements of negligence, and you can say, look, you might be negligent with respect to not checking the gun after the guy says cold gun. Maybe that's the culture. But then to do that and mix that together with pointing it at someone, that's what makes it criminally negligent, because that's not what is customarily done in Hollywood. Okay, all right, but then you're basically saying that this is then you're not refuting my point. You're simply saying that this combination flies beyond what is one would think is standard culture in Hollywood. You see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Am I making? Am I? But you're not refuting my point that if that the culture should have some sort of impact as to whether or not we say this is mere negligence or criminally negligent, reckless negligence. See what I'm saying?
I think this is a very good exemplar of if we go down this line of argument and get on the right framing, that this is presumably what the jury will be deliberating is exactly these issues. Is the culture, generally speaking, relevant? Are the SAG guidelines relevant despite the culture? Is what the armor told them, if we can trust them, is that now a factor that goes into this? And it all becomes the question of the reasonably prudent person. What does that look like in this context?
And Joe, I think where to me it's still, the culture does not excuse a situation where you are talking about an activity that's inherently dangerous. Driving a car fast, it's not great, but you could drive a car fast a lot of times without hurting somebody, without having any incident at all. It's a fundamentally different kind of activity than pointing a firearm at somebody, pulling the trigger, blowing something up on set, just things that have an incredibly high risk of hurting or maiming somebody.
Relatively zero gun advocates would take the position you just took. Most of them say a gun is a tool just like a car. That's what everyone
I don't know any gun advocate who would say disregard gun safety.
I'm not saying disregard safety. I'm not saying disregard safety, but I'm saying it's a tool.
The tool is fundamentally, even if we accept, okay, it's defensive or it's hunting or something like that, it is to disable somebody. It is to inflict injury or death. That's the purpose of it.
Or for sports.
Yeah, you can plink.
Yeah, but guns aren't inherently dangerous. There's even a lot of times, even in criminal code, it literally says if you do it with a gun, which is it elevates. For instance, you rob somebody with a gun, it's a higher degree of felony versus without.
Yeah.
But I will say though, if we look at the standard, because this is going to be judged on the standard of this criminal negligence, which is essentially they have to prove that not only was he aware of the risk, which I think is a big problem. Was he aware of the risk? And I think Andrea is saying that just because it was a gun, it automatically gives you that inherent of being aware of the risk. But then you have to go on to the next stage. Was it foreseeable that him doing this would have harmed this person? And I think you have issues with both, because I think technically that's what the defense's whole argument is. There was no way he could have been aware of this risk, because you had all these professionals to do. If they did their job, there was no risk. And by saying cold gun, that totally told him there is no risk with this weapon. It's empty. There's nothing you can do. Point at someone, pull the trigger, it is empty. So that, I think, is going to be their calling card. There is no way Alec Baldwin was aware of this risk. The SAG stuff and all that stuff is all great, but you got to get past that. You got to be, was he aware that this was a possible risk? Now, I think this cuts both ways, because the law says, well, if you're holding a gun, it's automatically risky. Then that argument doesn't fly. But if they're allowed to argue that with the jury, that this is fact-based, then I think he has an argument. And I think he has a pretty damn good argument, because you got the daughter of the best armor on the planet and this AD who both failed at checking the gun.
Well, I'll take Andrea's side. Oh, go ahead. You take your side.
I was going to say, I think it's a very good point, and I agree that's 100% the argument that they have. It's all about the mental state and what he's on notice of. I would argue that the SAG guidelines put him on notice that pointing a gun at somebody and pulling a trigger is always inherently dangerous. They discourage you from doing that strongly, even on a movie set. So it's, for me, going to come down to a very specific factual question of what exactly was he supposed to be doing with this gun on the set, and did he stay within those parameters? If he went off script, I'm going to be way more likely to look at him as liable, because the safety guidelines are always going to be based on the expected use. If you're not going to be pointing the gun at a person, then maybe it's not a big deal if it has blanks in it. If you are going to point it at a person, it better not, because there is then the risk of accidental fire or just whatever that can result in somebody being seriously hurt. So the safety parameters are always going to be tailored to exactly what you're supposed to be doing with that gun.
And to be fair, Andrea, someone in my chat made a point saying that I think support is a strong way of supporting what you were saying, where the duality of factors here certainly comes into play. If you're on a set of a movie and someone hands you a gun, says cold gun, would you take that gun, stick it in your mouth, and pull the trigger? Mm-hmm. And without checking it? And And I think that's a phenomenal point. That it's
Very
like
good point.
that it's like he's not checking it and pointing at someone. Would you do that to yourself? And would you consider that like recklessly negligent to do that to yourself? And I think the answer that I would say to that is, yeah, that's recklessly negligent. And if it's recklessly negligent not to check that gun before you stick it in your own mouth and pull the trigger, so too it's exactly the same if you're pointing at someone else. So I think that combination is very powerful as far as incriminating.
I wouldn't do that even after checking it and verifying attempt.
But I'm with Andrea at this point. I mean, I've been arguing both sides, but my personal opinion, I'm with Andrea. I think that the jury is coming from the position of you don't aim at others, you don't aim at yourself, period. And I think that's a really hard burden. And I think that's a very difficult hill to climb for the defense. And I was not moved by the defense to the other side of, well, everybody's doing it. So it's going to take a lot of witness testimony, and it's going to take a lot of expert testimony to get me to think that the jury will change its mind on that.
We don't really know what the jury's thinking. They might be thinking he's so dreamy.
That could be true. That could be true. There might be an Alec Baldwin fan on the jury, but I mean, if we all got the sense that we don't care for Alec Baldwin based on the defense's opening statement, I have a sense that perhaps the jury is feeling similarly.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but the thing is that juries have come down with some crazy bad decisions before that we've all been, because I honestly think sometimes we can be thinking of things in this legal way, and in this highbrow way, but forgetting that these are just regular people. And I'm assuming that if you could make the argument that, hey, next thing they'll be coming after you at your job when you make a mistake and say, hey, you were supposed to, it's really, I think the state has the proper legal argument. But I really do think Baldwin's team has an opportunity here to really put the common man in the place of, you go to work, you do all these things, somebody's checking, somebody's there, somebody's supposed to do their job, and they don't do their job. Now, should you go to jail? Matter of fact, two people are supposed to do their job. Should you go to jail? And I think that's very powerful if you could put that juror in Alec Baldwin's spot and make him say, what would you have done if someone would have handed you this gun over this time and said, this gun is absolutely cold, you have no problems, do what you've been doing for the past 3 weeks. I think a juror can sympathize with that and say, yeah, I would have pulled that trigger too. And I don't think I would have been wrong in doing it because I've been relying on the people who said that it was cold.
Yeah.
I think that's very persuasive, Nate. It's very persuasive. And if they stuck with that instead of trying to go down this road of, but I didn't really pull the trigger anyway.
Yeah, that's a fail. That's a fail.
They'd be in a much stronger position.
Yeah. If they try to stick with he didn't pull the trigger, they're going to lose whatever credibility they have. And it's going to completely sabotage a much more interesting mental state argument. Trying to be like, I didn't pull the trigger. It's like, you're a liar. And so I'm not going to try to even give you any benefit on the other end of this equation. But if they can get off that hook and just get in the mental state, as we're sitting right now, I'm still as undecided as when I walked in this morning. So given what we've heard, and we're only on day one, but given what we've heard, it's like either way, I think the jury would be right. And so I don't know what I think yet.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys think? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead with your point because I was about to close this out. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I just have one question for you guys. Do you guys think that it was reasonable for Alec Baldwin to rely on the safety that was obviously apparent on set when he came to set? And do you think that him being a producer and whether or not he hired the armor makes a difference for you? So that's a two-parter. Sorry.
So wait, give me the factors again.
So the first question is, do you think that it was really reasonable for him to rely on the safety experts on set, knowing the condition of set, and does whether or not he hired the armorer make a difference to you?
I don't think the hiring, assuming she had the standard qualifications, personally, I'll jump in first. I don't think the hiring would add to his culpability at all. I do think his knowledge of the lack of safety on the set makes his conduct all the more reckless. When you know that guns have been discharging on set, and just think of the analogy that I just mentioned a few moments ago. You're that much less likely to stick that gun in your mouth in that scenario. You're not that much less likely to stick that gun in your mouth. It's, you know, because you know I don't think the hiring. I don't think that really plays in, and it's not going to come up in this. It's not going to come up in this case. She's not letting the producer element come in,
Right.
so that's not going to end up being relevant in this scenario.
I think the only way it really matters to me, because I don't know that he would have, I don't know that there's a reason to suspect like negligent hiring or something like that at this point in time. Supervising, perhaps. But to the extent there's anything in the hiring that to me would tend to implicate him, it's just in the many roles that she was assigned. The fact that she was, you know, expected to, I think, wear these multiple hats, and it kind of created a situation where it just seems inevitable that she's going to have to cut corners in order to be able to keep pace with everything she's expected to do on this set. But I don't know that that's Alec Baldwin's doing. I don't know if that was somebody else's doing. I don't have enough information about that. To me, it's all going to come down to what did he know about how firearms and ammunition are being handled on this set versus his knowledge of how it's supposed to be done and what the standard safety practices are. And if there is a misalignment there, I'm going to be more inclined to look at him as culpable, because he should have known there's a greater risk on this set.
Fair.
I'm going to say something that nobody's mentioned yet: intervening cause. And I think if I'm the defense, I'm going to play on the intervening cause. That's my whole case. You have two intervening causes here, and you got to me. And I think when you have this intervening cause thing, I don't, especially about her hiring, to me, it seems like she was qualified enough. And I'm assuming she got a okay from her father, the greatest armorer on the planet. Yeah, she's good. She's my daughter. So I don't think that really is going to hurt him. I think maybe you could make an argument about some of the incidents on set. Maybe if you can say that he knew that there were live rounds in maybe this thing. But I think this whole thing is going to come down to intervening cause.
No, I don't buy that at all.
I don't agree.
There are two intervening causes. There's the armorer, and then there's Dave Hall, and then it comes down to him whether it was reasonable for him to trust or to believe all this.
No.
Other people not doing their jobs is foreseeable.
Those are preceding causes, not intervening causes.
Precisely.
Those happened before he pulled the trigger. They're not intervening.
You're right. I'm sorry. Preceding causes. But okay. I also, you're right. I'm sorry. I said intervening causes, they're preceding causes. But
he's the intervening cause for them.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah,
he's the preceding cause. But one thing, I disagree with Joe in terms of the analogy, because again, no matter how cold the gun is, I would never put if they showed me the gun is empty, I wouldn't put it in my mouth anyway. No matter, even if I checked it, I still wouldn't do it. So I don't think that moves the needle. But what I do think moves the needle is that I do think that Alec Baldwin's biggest issue is the fact that he said in that interview he was so knowledgeable. He had so much experience. He understood how to use guns all this time. He had been doing it for 40 years. Then it kind of makes you think, well, why didn't you check it this time? And I also think state law mandates if you're using a gun, a real gun, you must check it and there's no exception. So I think that sinks him. But I think when it comes to whether or not, I think it's one of those weird little things where I think on the law, he's done. But I think if you're arguing the facts, I think he has an argument, and I think that's where he has to keep that argument. But yeah, it's not intervening; it's proceeding.
Nate, what about the fact that he blew off the armor during lessons, walked away, and there's multiple witnesses who can testify to that?
That's because he didn't want to disrespect her by checking her.
No. I'm talking about during the training period. So he didn't use time to train with her, right? He walked away, and that was in multiple testimony that was presented, or that was in multiple witnesses' testimony that was presented during Hannah's case.
But let me say, even if that's all true, let's say that's all true. At the moment when he was handed the gun by Hannah Gutierrez Reed, right? He didn't go through the training courses, and they handed him that gun and said,
"Oh no!"
Would he had the gun because of the training? To me, he wasn't checking the gun whether he was trained or not.
Nate, you're breaking up.
It's an argument.
Nate, you're breaking up. You're going to like a bad.
I heard you. Sorry. No, what I was saying is that even if it's true that he didn't go to the trainings, I still would say how would that have affected? Unless the prosecution is going to say that would have affected him pointing that gun at Hannah Gutierrez, at the cinematographer. And I don't think it would have, because he was handed a gun and told it was cold. It's like, that's really the argument here. Could he rely on that? And if
not if she was teaching him not to point at people. So if it was her role to say, look, don't point at people, don't do this, and he was reminded, or he would have otherwise been reminded but chose not to, I think that puts him in the reckless category.
But didn't the scene call for not to point at Hannah, but they were pointing at a camera to get a particular shot. So and they were directing him to point the gun where he was pointing it to. So I don't
point
think
the gun, not cock and pull the trigger.
Cock and pull the trigger, I agree. But I'm saying when he was pulling the gun, they were directing him where to point the gun to, and he happened to be pointing it toward the camera, and they happened to be there. So I think that argument about him pointing it at people, it was, and again, I think that's what the defense was going on earlier. Hey, it's a movie set. We're pointing guns at people because he was being directed to do it by the cinematographer and the director. Hey, this is what we want to do because we want to try to get this shot,
Sure. And that's why I say, oh, sorry, go ahead, Joe.
No, you go make your point. I was going to sort of shift with a different question, which I think could help the defense if he was so inclined, which is, we all are picturing him pointing the gun and then firing. But in theory, it could be that he was in the middle of pointing the gun and he was planning on not pointing at her. He was pulling it across to aim it to her left and do a quick pass by her body, and it went off while he was coming across, meaning he wasn't aiming at her, in which case then you might claim that there was less negligence on his part because he's not trying to point a gun at her. It's in the course of raising the gun up, the path of the bullet, the path of the nut, of the muzzle of the gun is aimed at her chest, but not that he actually held it there.
If he flagged her, it's bad enough. I don't care if he didn't mean to point it at her. If she was in range, it's bad enough. He did, in fact, point it at her.
Okay. I mean, I'm obviously we know that from the results. I'm simply saying that he might say I wasn't trying to aim at her. I was trying to aim it to.
He might say anything.
Yeah, well, he might say he wasn't trying to aim at her, but the bullet hit her, so there's that. Not hard to figure out where the gun was aimed.
Point, we saw how he draws his firearms, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's fair to say, hey, look, I wasn't trying to aim at her or at the camera. I was aimed over this way, away from the camera, and the gun went off.
Would that not be less reckless and more negligence?
Sure, but he didn't say that, unfortunately.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, if he got on the stand and said that, though, could that arguably help diminish the recklessness of his negligence? To say,
I would think so.
That's why I'm saying that could be relevant.
He's not getting on.
If he gets on the stand and the prosecutor doesn't know what to do with it, I'll be so sad because that's
true.
You've waited your whole life for this.
Yeah seriously. Let's end it now. Just shoot a movie with Alec.
Yeah, does anybody here really think Baldwin's taking a stand? No, really? Come on. He's not. There's no way.
I do. I do. I'm really leaning on that.
So wait, this is a great time for us to make predictions. So, Andrea, you're saying your prediction is Alec takes the stand.
Yeah. I predict that. I just don't think he's controllable. I don't think he's the kind of person who listens to advice. I don't think he's the kind of person who does what he's told. I think he's a person who thinks he is smarter than everybody else and he can talk his way out of everything. And he thinks he's going to be able to go and work his magic on the jury. That's what I think.
I agree with your entire assessment of him, and I think his personality is so much like Donald Trump in that way. And yet we saw Donald Trump managed to withhold himself from taking the stand in his criminal case.
Well, Donald Trump's not stupid, though. Let's just be honest. He's not stupid.
I don't think Alec Baldwin's that dumb. Yeah, I think Alec Baldwin has some self-restraint, enough to say, hey, look, I don't want to go to jail. Like I said before, it's the circumstances that are different. If this were a civil trial, 100%, I would agree with Andrea. He'd be up there on the stand. He might even implicate himself criminally. But I think he'll stay firmly seated.
But this is televised. Donald Trump's trial wasn't televised. There was no audience for him. And here he can become a star. Do you get to win an Emmy for this if you really blow it out of the park? Did you get nominated for that? For best reality show participant or something?
Ask Amber Heard.
I want you to know something. You're making a joke about that, Kurt, but that actually might end up playing a factor here. because he might look at himself as the next Johnny Depp, that Johnny Depp got exonerated in the court of public opinion by taking the stand, and feel like because it's on TV and the whole world is watching this, this is my chance to clear my name and let everyone know that I'm the victim here, that I did nothing wrong or whatever, and that I'll be able to sell my story and be exonerated the way Johnny was. And that actually is what makes me think it's more likely that he's going to veer from Donald Trump's listening to his attorneys into doing what Andrea is saying that he's going to do. I think she might be right. I'm being swung over. I'm being swung over that side of the fence.
I might have asked a poor question. Would any attorney on this stream advise him to take the stand?
Not
No, hell no.
I'm assuming that his attorneys and everybody is like, you will not be taking a stand unless he just wants to do it. Yeah, but I'm pushing that his attorneys are going to really push for him not to take the stand, and I'm assuming he's going to follow his attorney's advice, because I would tell him straight up, you are not taking that stand while I'm here. It's just not going to happen. We have a great enough case, and you don't have to say anything. Matter of fact, you taking the stand with all those, party opponent admissions is going to kill us. That's going to kill us.
I would be screaming at him, you take the stand and I will quit before this trial ends. I'll resign and tell this difference of opinion I am not representing. That's how sometimes you need to fire a client, and that's a situation where you fire a client, because that's such a terrible move for him to do.
But that's if the judge lets you go.
But those admissions are going to come in anyway, won't they?
The admissions are going to come in anyway. Yes, they will come in anyway. He does not have to testify for those to come on the stand. They will just bring in the detective who interviewed him. They'll bring in somebody who watched the Stephanopoulos interview. They will bring in anybody who had a personal conversation with Alec Baldwin and report what it was that he said. All of that is admissible in their case in chief.
Yeah, and it's weird that Stephanopoulos is not on the witness list. When I was doing a quick look at the witness list, I don't know if you guys looked at any of the names there. I was trying to figure out who will be bringing in these different interviews where this guy exposed himself. I'm trying to figure out who, because there's so many admissions there.
Stephanopoulos, just to be clear, with Stephanopoulos, because I had to deal with this issue directly with them too, with this same prosecutor. Those subpoenas don't travel well.
Mm-hmm.
So even though Stephanopoulos, he's in New York, they subpoena New York. How are you going to get him there? Those subpoenas don't travel well. So it's great to say we can subpoena him, but he can just give him the FU.
It's another opportunity for George Stephanopoulos to be a star. You don't think he wants to do that? And then he can cover his own testimony on his own show. But great.
Can I just jump in here really quickly and remind everybody, we are all a bunch of attorneys who are arguing different theories. Just because we argue different theories and different points doesn't necessarily mean that it reflects our actual position or how we actually feel. Unless you hear us say, I personally believe, or I think this, then that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the position we take. So if you feel like, hey, you guys are a bunch of idiots, obviously the guy's guilty, just keep in mind, we're just arguing. That's what we do. So we appreciate the feedback.
But it's also a matter of trying to flesh out so people can better understand this case and the law as to what are the most effective arguments to make, what are the best legal arguments to make, how do we help establish, so that you can understand how the sausage is made and better appreciate good work from bad work, and why attorneys, come to take the directions that they take.
It's also testing steel. We're trying to spin different theories and different ideas just to check each other's thinking. And I appreciate that, regardless of whether I agree with it or not, because it's a different way of thinking about it. Maybe 3 days from now, I'll be like, what Andrea said 3 days ago, that's resonating with me more. But, as I chew on it and distill it. But it's like we're all just thinking out loud. That's part of the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, at this point in time, I think we're all on the same page in terms of right now, nothing's been proven. This is just preliminary stuff, and we're still waiting for the, whether at the end of the prosecution's case, if you're not saying guilty, then, they've lost. And so I think that's what we're waiting for. And not everything this is day one. So we'll see. There is a lot more to come, I assume, so.
Yeah, and many of you guys are far more informed about this than I am, because I did not watch Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's trial. So this is largely new to me. I am still just waiting to see what's going to come out with a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, well, how do you guys think about the day you call Hannah? Because obviously the defense is going to lean hard on them, right? Hannah Gutierrez, she's the one responsible. She's been held responsible. Dave Hall, he's pleaded guilty to his crime. You know, that I think the defense is going to lean on and say, hey, they've already got the people who have done this. Why go after my client who relied on their bad testimony? So I think those convictions may help Baldwin, but I think it cuts both ways, because it's like, well, look at that cart. If you knew that cart was that way, how the hell would you rely on somebody who was so unorganized in doing it? So.
Yeah,
it's true. It's like you're going through their dirty their laundry basket, and like you just see chaos throughout the room, and you're just sort of you come to assess that, like, how do you walk in there and not notice just what utter madness is going on here, that you just think, oh, I can totally rely on this situation 100%. That glass is totally clean.
It doesn't pass the eye test.
Right.
Not by a tiny bit. It doesn't pass the eye test.
I'm glad you brought that up, Nate, because I really didn't even think about it until you just pointed that out, that the sloppiness of the cart is another thing that should have better put him on notice, that this is not exactly grade A material we're dealing with here. This is independent, cheap cutting corners area, and maybe I should be a little bit more careful and not follow my normal haphazard ways of aiming guns that I haven't checked at other people. I will ask you, with respect to that, do you think that in his interview, you mentioned, Nate, that he said that he always checks guns, that he always checks them? Is that what he said in his interview?
All right. So in the interview that we watched, his police interview, he said that he generally checks, but he said for this particular time on this set, Hannah, at this particular instance, handed him the gun and said, do you want to check it? And he said no. And the reason why he said he didn't want to check it was because he didn't want to offend her. I personally think, and this is for the chat, I personally think that sinks him, because she's given him the gun, told him to check, and even if you just think at that point in time, he's been put on notice that you should check the gun, and he said no. And his reason wasn't because I thought it was safe, it was because I don't want to offend her. I don't think that's enough. And as a juror, me hearing that, it's a guilty. It was always a guilty for me. I think Alec Baldwin is guilty of involuntary manslaughter. But but for me personally, though, I do think as a lawyer, while I'm arguing in this particular case, I think there's enough where a good lawyer can come in there and make the argument that it was reasonable for him to rely on Hannah Gutierrez being arrested him. But in that police interview, he specifically said, when she handed him the gun, she said, do you want to check it? And he said, no, because I don't want to offend her. So to me, that sinks him. But again, everybody else has their different points.
Well, I remember when we listened to that audio, and I didn't think that's what they said. So we even had a disagreement about what was said on the clip. So that was fun.
Yeah. But it's there, because if you look at the transcript, just read it. He literally.
All right. Well, I'll look at the transcript.
Exactly what it says.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's like exactly what he says.
Fair enough.
You know, one more. And so I think that kills the argument about whether he should check or not, because that armor is telling you, here's the gun, check it. Why didn't you check it?
Yeah. Because he's very polite to his underlings. That's what.
Very.
Well, with that being said,
legendarily polite.
Let's go. Before we get out of here, number one, we got to get Joe over 100,000. How many people are watching this thing? There's like thousands of people watching this thing. Joe just needs less than like 500 or 600. Can you please?
I'm at 99,450 exactly. Right.
Somebody put Joe's channel link in the chat so he can finally make it to this 100,000. Please, people, listen. If you enjoyed watching this, just 600. Just go hit the subscribe button for Joe. This is like ridiculous now.
Just imagine how boring this would be without me, for crying out loud.
Yes. Joe, tell the people where they can find you so we can get out of here.
Yes, I'm at YouTube/Good Logic. It's really that simple. YouTube.com/Good Logic. You can find LAWGIC. And there might be a link in the description somewhere near you. There may not be. I don't know. But if you can get over there and help me cross that hurdle so that people can finally stop pimping for me, that would make my life far less humiliating. And I appreciate the pimping. Don't get me wrong. I totally pimp harder. But
Dani is going to be the suit. Hopefully, will eventually be the DA up there. But while she's not DA now, Dani, tell the people where they can find you.
Nah, my DA dreams are done, and I don't want to take the spotlight. So go ahead, Andrea.
Well, I'm definitely not going to be a DA like ever. But if you would like a defense-oriented focus, which is my background, you can find me at Burkhart Law at Twitter, on YouTube. I'm Andrea Burkhart on Substack, and yeah, this is a little bit of a shift in perspective for me because I am a criminal defense attorney. And so, yeah, like Nate, I definitely want to put myself in the shoes of seeing how this can be a winnable case. Just finding it a little bit difficult to overcome with all the bad facts to deal with.
You would be able to win this case. Andre, stop being so modest.
He needs to call you now. He needs to call you now.
In there. Could be done in 2 days.
I do think Spyro is not really helping the cause as much as he could be. I think
I'm so disappointed in Spyro. I had high hopes for him. I thought he was going to come in and really litigate it, like Joe would. And if you want to see really great content, of an actual litigator from New York who knows what he's talking about and is a ton of fun and very entertaining, but also is passionate and has great legal analysis, I strongly recommend that you go and subscribe to Ron Coleman. He is such a great. No, I'm just kidding. Joe. Good Logic. Go and subscribe to Good Logic.
Nicely
He's great.
spun. That was well done. That was very well done.
Good. Also, if you want some really fun legal analysis and some cult stuff that we do for our members only, come and check me out at Dani Ahn-Direct. Really easy to find me. Tons of fun over there.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Uncivil.
Yeah,
well, you guys know my channel. I'm at Uncivil Law. I produce fun videos, do a lot of Supreme Court analysis, made a lot of stuff about Karen Reed. Now I'm going to be covering this for the next couple of days and seeing what happens. Should be really interesting. So we'll see how it all plays out. So I'll just be camping out here for a while. So you can feel free to subscribe to me if you want. Help me cross that 143,000 mark. That'll be nice.
Back doing this tomorrow. Back doing this tomorrow, right?
Yes. So we are all back tomorrow, arguing it out, telling everybody why they're wrong or telling everybody why they're right. So we're going to be fighting it out tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. 8:30 Eastern, 9:30 Central. So
it's 8:30 Mountain, so that's 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern.
10:30 Eastern. So we will be back. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. We'll be back doing this tomorrow, and we will see you soon. So I think Uncivil or Joe has to end the stream, and we'll be on it.
That's Uncivil's job. I can't end it.